update.
We are less than a week away from the start of the NFL draft. Next Thursday, round 1. We're 1 week away from day 2, rounds 2 and 3. The Bills signing a corner yesterday, and of course a very familiar name, Tre'Davius White, back in Buffalo on a 1-year deal. Adam Schefter reports it's worth up to $6.8 million, which would obviously mean there would be a lot of incentives in Trey White's contract. We'll see what that means for the base salary. The Bills still are on the hook for his $4.1 million dead cap figure, which was from his previous contract. So Trey White back with the Bills after spending last year in L.A. and then Baltimore. He was on the Ravens in the playoffs. Sticking with football, as we head to the draft, Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee yesterday implies it's Steelers or retirement for him. He also talked about his experience being cut by the Jets, which seemed to be very upsetting to him. Sean Payton, coach of the Broncos, says that there will be a focus on running back in this draft for Denver. They pick 20th, and the betting favorite for them in the first round is a running back. The Sabres win in their finale last night over the Philadelphia Flyers, closing out the home schedule with a win. Final record 36, 39, and 7 as year 14 of the Sabres drought hits. And on the PGA Tour, yesterday, first round of the RBC Heritage, Justin Thomas shot a 61. He's the leader at 10 under par. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Happy Friday. I'm wearing shorts. No apologies.
I thought about wearing shorts. I decided one more day of like the thin pants. It's also, I thought Fun Hat Friday.
Oh, I forgot about Fun Hat Friday.
I mean, I didn't go nuts for it. I wore a corduroy hat with Smokey the Bear on it.
Yeah, I just forgot. Yeah. Sure. This is my fun hat. This what?
Yeah.
It just can't be a fun hat?
No.
This is a hat.
That can't be a fun hat.
And Evan's got a fun
2007.
hat. 2007? What, you think this hat is that old?
Yeah.
It's
Evan's
probably
got one.
Evan's got a fun hat. This is a baseball hat from Breckenridge, Colorado, where we went skiing, and skiing in Breckenridge is fun. Mm-hmm. So now it's my fun hat. Doesn't pass?
No.
Oh, I apologize.
No, I was looking at my hat collection and thinking, like, what passes for fun hat here? And not many.
I was going to say, Fun Hat Friday's going to last 2 weeks.
I'm going to run out very quickly, or I'm going to have to start like buying, the chicken wing hats.
I did find my my Nashville cowboy hat. It's a little different than Josh's. When Josh was here with the cowboy hat, his sides were kind of bent up.
Yeah.
And mine are way out wide.
I don't think I ever thought about there being different types of cowboy hats.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. I'm wearing shorts because it's high of 70 today.
Yeah.
And
that'd be nice.
Without, being a jinx, it looks like it's going to be nice for a while, at least temperature-wise. It's going to be windy and rainy here and there. Mm-hmm. But are we done with...
I think we might be done.
Are we done with the 20s?
I think we're definitely done with the 20s.
Let's slowly check boxes. We're done with the 20s.
Yeah, check.
It looks like we're almost done with the low 30s. The high low of the next 10 days is 39.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah, so, we're getting there.
All right, yeah, I could say we're done with the low 30s.
Right.
Yeah.
Put it this way. I'm dreaming of a real, honest-to-goodness outdoor golf round. And it doesn't seem ridiculous.
Yeah.
It seems like that could happen soon.
Yeah, I did that again yesterday. And it was
played?
It was great. Yeah, the sun was out the whole day. Little cold yesterday, but fine. I would like to ask then, or can we check the box of then we're done with snow?
I think.
If we're saying done with low 30s, I think we're done with snow.
I think so.
He said seeing a car with snow on it when he pulled into the parking lot earlier this week.
That's right.
I'm going to say it. I think we're done with snow.
All right, good. Well, good morning. We're done with snow. Joe's declared we're done with snow.
I played 2 golf rounds this week, so I feel like once you've done that, you feel a little more comfortable in saying, yeah, I'm not gonna have any snow. I'm not gonna need the snow brush again.
Yeah.
You should never need the snow brush and your golf bag in your car at the same time.
That's right. It should never snow for the draft. How about that? That's another new rule. Let's make that. We're less than a week from the draft.
Could you imagine the Bills get the draft in like 2028 and it snows?
It'd be over. It'd be over for us. They would move the team. It'd be over for us if it snowed at the draft.
The reputation of the team. You'd never again be able to say to somebody, guys, it's not that bad for most games of the year. It's not that bad for most months of the year. Like, guys, it snowed during the NFL draft in April. Nothing you can even say to come back from that.
Yeah.
If it were to do that.
Well, it's going to be nice out, so that's good. Enjoy the weekend. Easter weekend, of course, for those that celebrate. And we've got lots to get to. The Sabres season ends. This is not irony. It's coincidence. It's whatever. The Sabres season ends on Easter weekend with a game at home against the Flyers, just like it did 14 years ago.
Yeah.
Same uniforms?
I mean, technically that one ended in Philadelphia, but
well, sure.
It basically ended here.
Here on Easter Sunday, they lose with Leno scoring in overtime.
They had the lead.
And then they go to Philly. So a 14-year time warp, and the Sabres and Flyers played a game that neither team needed and neither team cared about. I had a thought last night. This is not a full-on betting thought, but it's a thought. That is the last game of the season where there's nothing on the line, a great spot to bet overs. Because team defense, schmee-fence. Who cares? I'm out here trying to get my 28th. I'm out here trying to get my 100th assist or 850th assist. Who cares about team defense? Last game of the season. What's coach going to do?
Get your numbers.
Get your numbers.
Get your numbers.
Are you going to go to the press box tomorrow? No. Exit meetings? Who cares?
Right.
Calgary last night had 4 players make their NHL debut.
Wow. Yeah, AHL squads.
Yes.
Is another part of this.
It's a great, if you're out of the playoffs, and even if you're in, a lot of these teams are resting their players. But please, back check. Who needs it? It's the last game of the season.
Yeah. Did you bet the over?
I did not. What was the final score? 5-4.
5-4. You would have hit.
I should have. I should have. Anyway, I just had that thought. Like, what's anybody caring about here? Let loose. I didn't check the rest of the league scores, but none of the games.
No game mattered.
No game mattered.
No game mattered other than you still had some NHL teams playing their important guys in meaningless games right before the playoffs, which the NHL's moved a little bit on this, but not as much as the other sports. Right now, NFL, NBA, Austin Matthews last night. The game means absolutely nothing. There no way would another league or another team with a guy that important have played him in that game.
Yeah.
But there he is. And actually, did you see what happened in that game? So Toronto, maybe the players were like, knowing this game means absolutely nothing. We don't care anyway. Chris Tanev scores to tie the game with 1.8 seconds left, and all the Leafs players look at each other. They don't even really celebrate. They're just like, really, dude? You had to put that one in the back of the net to tie it and send us to OT. Ottawa I saw last night. Ottawa's in the playoffs because Linus Ullmark's been incredible. And he has an injury history. And yesterday they started him in a meaningless game. Last game of the season. Yeah. Dallas just lost Jason Robertson maybe for the first round of the playoffs 2 nights ago in a game that didn't matter. So the NHL's got they've started doing it a little bit, but they're not doing it as much as the other sports are yet.
Every game last night went over except for one. Your final scores 5-4, 4-3, 7-5, 6-1, 5-2, 5-1, and 4-0. That actually might be 2 that didn't.
So apologies to the one poor soul that parlayed all overs last night and lost on one of them.
Yep. Well, good morning. What do you want to start with, Sabres or Trey White's back? Start there?
I mean, we could Tre'Davius Goalie Academy. We could find a way to morph the two together. Talked about goaltending yesterday.
Trey White's back.
Yeah, he doesn't. Cool story. Nobody's in any disagreement, right? He does not change anything about the draft.
I agree with that. I don't think he does anything. Right. I don't think he does anything to think, well, now corner one can be in the second round. That's not different.
Right.
How many players right now could sign with NFL teams that would change their team's draft strategy? I'll start the list. 1, Aaron Rodgers. 2, I have no idea who's left.
And you could even debate Aaron Rodgers. Like the fact that if Pittsburgh signed him, they should still draft a quarterback in the first round. But you're right.
But whoever it is, you want to go out there and sign Amari Cooper. You want to go out there and sign Elijah Moore, Asante Samuel Jr. These players that are on the market are there for a reason because these teams have identified their draft needs. I was looking at Trey White's contract last year. So he had a 1-year deal with the Rams, then got traded to the Ravens. So it was 1 year, 4.2 guaranteed. And now this year it's 1 year, 6.8 up to 6.8. We don't have the numbers. His guaranteed money will be what? 3?
I was going to say less than. I was going to say 1.5.
Okay.
Really, really low.
And whatever. It's a great story. Glad he's back. Knows the system. If he's healthy, he's a depth piece for them. But I don't anticipate that they think he's their corner 2 for a second, really. And if he is, it'll be because whoever they draft for that spot doesn't beat him out. Right? Or doesn't beat out Dane Jackson. But no, I don't think Tre'Davius White coming back is any sort of indication that they feel comfortable. They could have made this signing 2 weeks from now, after the draft, post-draft. That it happens now is, I don't know, is that noteworthy? Is that interesting?
Maybe. I mean, they were trying to act on it with bringing James Bradbury in for a visit as well.
That's right.
So that's 2 corners who both, by the way, have had major injuries in the last 2 years that they were looking at. They wanted one more guy before the draft. And isn't this kind of what Bean does and what Bean talks about is that you don't want to go into a draft completely desperate. I mean, don't think it changes.
He says a lot of things we don't have to. They do that all the time. They did that last year. Mm-hmm. They did it the year they drafted Rousseau. They did it the year they drafted Elam. I mean,
right? Because that's really the right point. Is should anyone feel any more comfortable about corner 2? Say they don't get anyone they like in the draft. It never falls their way and they don't end up doing it. Big stunner. Bills don't draft a corner until round 6. And they have Tre'Davius White on their team. Does that actually make anyone feel that much more comfortable than you would have 3 days ago when that name would have just been Dane Jackson?
Probably a little bit because there's an option there. A little bit. But even the concept, Joe, of you don't want to go to the draft having one glaring need. Well, there's a spin on that. Does that mean the rest of my team is pretty good? Because that's what it's not better to go with 5 holes. It's better to go in there with 1. And if you have one glaring need, you can draft 3 guys at that position. So, he says stuff like that. He says you don't want one glaring need. He's got one, probably. Then again, every other time corner 2 has been their biggest need, I've never felt like it's that big of a need. They've put together great passing defenses with a corner 2 that's just a rotational piece. That's just a guy. E.J. Gaines, Josh Norman, stop me wherever you go. Right? It was Trey White as their number 1 corner, and then they needed to trade for Douglas, who was probably it for 5 minutes before Benford just took over. Yeah. Right? Other than that, they've had a pretty solid top corner for a while, and they've had a pretty solid pass defense for just as long. Safety, to me, is where things got different last year. They went from having one of the best safety tandems in football to having 2 guys that were okay. They have their strengths, they have their weaknesses. So, rebuilding their secondary, maybe it comes from a safety standpoint. Maybe it comes from finally getting 2 really good corners. But Levi Wallace was corner 2, and he was fine for a long time until the playoff game where they kind of got mad at him. But They've been just as good. There are a couple spots that they've never really had. Stud defensive tackle, 1 technique guy. Run stuffing defense. They've never had that, and it just doesn't matter.
Well, what's the thing? Do they want to have something that they've never had before? And if they do, what's the right answer to that question? What's the thing that, okay, you've never had it before. You want to get something you've never had. What's the right thing to choose from? Because you might not be able to pick all of them.
Right.
And Like, to me, the idea of having a second corner that you're not terrified of if you check into man coverage. You decide in a game, maybe we want to start playing a little bit more man. We want to line up one-on-one. Having a second corner that's got the ability to do that, that sounds more appealing to me than, well, I've never really had the elite run-stuffing defensive tackle. Whatever. The Bills for 6 years have said, yeah, we don't really care about the run game. Their actions at least have said that. I know their words haven't. So having a number 2 corner that this is kind of in the same idea of giving them more options. We talked about third down defense the other day, right? And Michael Hoyt and getting different looks defensively. Well, one look you really haven't had that's different is the ability to line up 2 corners and not be terrified of one of them covering a guy in space. Because you never wanted Levi Wallace doing that.
Right.
You never wanted Dane Jackson doing that. And I'm not saying I don't think you'd want Tre'Davius White doing that at this age and this injury history. But if they were to land a rookie that is able to produce right away, it would be like the first time they've ever had 2 corners that maybe you're not afraid of covering 2 receivers.
As you complete that sentence, do you want to know where Tre'Davius White was graded by PFF last year?
Last year. Just all grading? Like all coverage, I mean?
Yes. Defensive grade, overall ranking.
I would bet he was pretty low.
It's not even about the number here. It's just a little bit of irony. He was right behind Rasul Douglas. So the idea about being confident, you've got 2 guys. When's the last time you could be this guy?
I don't know if they had it last year, though, right? Like, would you say they did?
But Trey White was Rasul Douglas last year is what I'm saying.
Right.
So if you're someone out there that thought Trey White will come in and that answers their question, they don't need a corner. They've always going to been drafted. It's almost like they re-signed Rasul Douglas, which they did not do, by the way.
I'm sure that's dead now.
Yes, I think that's probably dead too. Thank you for your service. He had a good run, good acquisition, made a couple big plays for them. But yeah, they move on from that. I mean, that's got to be done. Benford pounded the table for that when he signed his extension, saying he wants Douglas to come back.
Yeah.
And, whatever. PFF grades, you don't have to take them. You can take them or you can leave them. You can do what you want with them. But Trey White was ranked 104th among cornerbacks in the NFL last year. And it's it's Rasul Douglas' territory. So I don't think Douglas was terrible. He was fine, but
he was fine except in the Ram game where they
torched him.
Torched. Yeah.
Which, the Bills kind of had that happen a lot last year where face a really good offense and things got away from you, a really good passing offense. The teams that I think about that had great success against the Bills are the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Rams, the Lions. And I would list all those as teams that have potentially elite to, well, the Chiefs don't, but the Chiefs always do it to the Bills. But the others have really good passing games, right? The Rams do. The Rams were healthy, and Puka and Kupp kind of ripped them up. And the Ravens had a great passing game and beat the Bills pretty well in that playoff game, even though they lost. So anyway, I don't dislike it. I'm happy with the Trey White addition. Up to $6.8 million. We want to see how much work up to is doing. But if you want to say it raises their floor, I think that's a great way to say it. We'll talk about it with Sal coming up at 7 o'clock. But the focus will still likely be defense with the first-round pick. Probably with, if they were to draft all 10 players, what's the over/under on defensive picks? 7.5.
Ooh, yeah, is that high?
Maybe we could play.
So that's a high number.
Maybe we could play a game because we don't know how many picks they'll ultimately end with.
Yeah,
but should we say 74.5% of their capital will be spent on defense? Wouldn't you bet 3 defensive picks to every 1 offensive pick?
Yes, that still seems like a lot. I know their holes are on defense. Three for every 1. The problem is just finding where they will pick an offensive player, right? They will pick
a wide receiver.
Pick a wide receiver
somewhere, and after that,
they will probably pick an offensive lineman just because you throw one of those in every draft, right?
I think that'll be an interior guy.
Do you think they'll draft a running back anywhere?
I don't.
Anywhere.
I don't.
7th round.
I mean, if they want to cut
Actually, they don't have a 7th round pick, right? 6th round.
That's right.
Okay. Tight end.
Maybe.
3rd string tight end.
Could be tight end because Quentin Morris is he's not signed yet, and Zach Davidson, whatever. So tight end, sure.
And then I'm at quarterback.
Which
backup quarterback?
That's always to me been a good idea, but they like to get guys that are not waiting in the wings. What they want is someone that's going to help Josh be the best Josh can be, and I don't think a rookie does that.
And they have Trubisky and Mike White coming back already. So, what did I just count? 2?
Possible. Yeah.
I mean, they could draft 2 receivers, 2 day 3 receivers, right?
Yes, they could.
Well, that's going to be tough to make numbers work on like who makes the team, but whatever. That's tough. I mean, the way I just laid that out, I think maybe I would want to take the over 2 because I could draft corners, I could draft linebacker.
I got
5th round
linebacker.
pick. Maybe this guy in the future.
I don't have a position on the defense that I have to stay away from.
Like in totality.
No,
like in the
defensive line, both spots. Linebacker, I've been making the case for that for a while. It's not at the top of the list, but it's on the list. Safety, corner.
Are they going to draft a punter?
Are they going to draft a kicker?
That's going to screw up our bet. What if they draft a punter and nothing hits?
All right, here we go. Punter counts as defense. Kicker counts as offense. Fair?
Well, now it's even more advantage defense because they don't have a punter and they do have a kicker.
Well, that's
actually they do have a punter, but I forget who it is. It's not Sam Martin. They released him.
803-0550, our phone number. We'll get some calls in on this. How do you like the Trey White signing? He's back, and do you think it affects their plans? I don't. Maybe it's a little less desperate, but it's not the kind of thing where they're on the board and they're going to be looking and saying, here's a corner, but, we got Trey White, so we're not as bad because they're still lacking in that position. And is Trey White much different than who's the defensive tackle that is the same level of player as him? Is it Jordan Phillips? Is it?
See, that's the thing. It's like yes, right? It's different. It almost like that sounded disrespectful to me, but it really isn't. Because Jordan Phillips was always like a pretty good player when he was at his best.
Now.
Now. Because Trey White was an all-pro corner. But no one's believing that he's going to come near that, right? He was pretty good in the first 4 games that he played the last time he was in Buffalo, right? Like that game that they blow out Miami here early in the season, right after the Dolphins had scored 70. The Bills do pretty well against Miami after those first couple of drives. Trey White is covering Tyreek Hill that day. And Tyreek Hill notoriously doesn't really go off against the Bills. So they had their plan. Trey White was playing well that season. You want to look at coverage grades. That was the second best. He was having his second best season coverage-wise going into it was only, again, very limited sample, though. So it was going well, but then he tore his Achilles, and then he plays last year, and like you mentioned, he's Rasul Douglas. He was okay, but the Rams didn't value him enough to keep him for the playoffs. So what do I have left here? What's my upside? Is there any thought that he tore his Achilles 2 years ago, he gets a year back under his feet, more comfortable, and he's going to return, get closer to form? Because I'm not really thinking that way, but I guess you could try to make that argument if you really wanted to. The biggest Trey White fan could probably make that argument.
Let's get a call in here. Eric in Lockport joins us to open up. Eric, good morning.
Good morning, boys. How's it going?
Not bad. Happy Friday.
Yes, finally, at long last. Just wanted to run through a couple quick things about the draft. So now the defense, I think it's already kind of overinvested in given how, defensive-minded the head coach is. I mean, the defensive line has 2 first-round picks on it. If they draft corner this year, it'll be 3 times they've done corner. They did one at linebacker. And on the offensive side, Josh has 1 first-round player on the whole unit that they've ever done. In the Chief losses in the playoffs, the Chiefs have gotten to 38, 42, 27, and 32. I think if the Bills spent all 10 picks on defense, I don't think it makes it even if they got 2 Pro Bowlers out of it, I don't think it's make it any more likely that they stop Mahomes and Andy Reid. I don't know that there's a player in this draft that makes the impact for Josh. I'm certainly, I'm not a scout, but I think going forward, I just would like to see more of an investment on getting that guy some help because I think he is the best. I will hang up and listen.
Thanks, Eric. That is, the way you put that is a great way to put it because it's tough to ask that, but that is a question that lingers out there. How good, how talented does a McDermott defense need to have answers against the Chiefs? Because one thing about this year's Chiefs is that was a team that could be defended, and this team struggled to do it. Yeah. Everybody else defended them. The Texans held them in check in that playoff game. The Eagles of course, destroyed them. Other teams held that offense in check. And in the playoff game, this team got worked. Maybe that's because Benford got hurt and Elam had to go in. Well, there's always a reason, right? But, I mean, I think Sean McDermott is a good coach and a good defensive mind. But these matchups in the playoffs, there's always a roster element to it. Oh, we don't have any linebackers. Oh, Benford's out. But, man, the Chiefs always have the answers. And, again, like the way that Eric said it there, how many great players on defense do you need to get by them? Because the conversation about the defense, Joe, is kind of like the conversation about the offense. Statistically, they draft 3 guys in this draft, and they become the number 1 NFL defense. Wow. Job well done. But do you beat the Chiefs? Do you get the job done?
Yeah.
No one would care. Go ahead and hang a banner for your ranking. You have to get by them. And that's how I feel about the offense. Hang a banner for your ranking. Did you get by them? You did not. And your offense did score a good amount of points, but with the ball late, faltered. So, we're sitting here living that same life. We're Rory McIlroy at Augusta. That's what we are. Is this the year you're going to get by him?
I was going to say, he eventually wins.
He does. That's why we'll stick to it.
For now, there's still Phil at the U.S. Open.
That's right. And that's not going to...
That for those that don't know, he never won the U.S. Open.
He finished second 6 times.
Yeah.
That ship has probably sailed. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. We've got Sal at 7 o'clock. Paul Hamilton at 8:30. The Sabres locker clean out. They finished their season with a win over Philadelphia, and lots more to get to. So join us. Jump on the phone lines. It's technically it's Fun Hat Friday. We got like 1.5 fun hats.
1.5. Yeah.
And you have a fun hat?
Oh, he's not wearing it.
He hasn't put it on yet. All right.
So if he wants an unveiling, I think that's really setting expectations high.
A reveal.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, we're into it. What else is going on? It's going to be 70 today, so enjoy it. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Trey White is back in Buffalo. 1-year deal to return to the Bills. 1 year, $6.8 million. They're going to figure out jersey number. Derek Forrest is listed as wearing number 27.
He's never even worn it, though.
Right.
He's new.
It just says it on the website.
Hey, Derek, by the way, welcome to the team. You're given 27.
Unless they already told him you're 27.
What if it was a term of his negotiation on his 1 year, $1 million deal? Yeah, I need to wear 27.
Like, excuse me, Bills, this is a breach of contract. You're not allowed to do this. The Bills will have to pay $4 million in dead cap still for Trey White. That was from when they cut him last year. The Aaron Rodgers saga continues in whether or not he'll go to Pittsburgh or not. He said yesterday that he could retire. Didn't really say much, other than blasted the Jets for the way they handled him getting released. Sabres win in their finale over Philadelphia. Season is now over. Locker room clean-out day, and then press conferences from Lindy Ruff and Kevin Adams to come in the next day or two. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Dunleavy on the call. One of the moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Shout out Peyton Krebs getting a nice goal in that game.
He could have had 4 in that game. And you know what's funny? I had a parlay last night. I almost put Krebs 2 goals in there just for some reason. Like, he's been shooting more. I'm like, this is going to rocket these odds. I'm like, no, wait, this is not going to happen. I'm glad I didn't do it because I would have been so mad this morning if I lost because he didn't score twice. He had 3 breakaways in the game.
Oh, one was a really nice move.
One was an awesome move.
Very
that he
nice
scored
move.
on. Yeah.
Alex Tuck. Alex Tuck's next contract is going to be $8 million.
Minimum. Yeah. $8 million.
I had
7 years, $8 million.
I had the thought about it last night. It's not, in a vacuum. We'll get to a call here in a minute on Trey White, but Skinner scored 40 once and got $8 million a year. Mm-hmm. And no, $9 million.
Nine.
Got 9. And here's Tuck, 36 or 37. What was the number last night? It's a career high, tied career high in goals for Tuck. He's done it before, and he's been great for them.
I think 37 is the number.
So go ahead and give Tuck $8 million. 5 years. Is 5 too long?
I've got him at 36.
Okay.
Hockey reference.
But an extension for Tuck is something that they're going to...
Well, it is too long, but that's going to be the price of doing business.
It should be.
You want the fruits of the first 4 years, you have to pay for 3 bad years at the end of the contract. That's how hockey works.
Yep. And in this case, hey, you weren't making enough when we traded for you, and you've been everything we could ask for and more, so we'll throw a couple more your way too. It is the way it works sometimes. 803-0550 on the Sabres if you want. And, of course, we are less than a week away from the NFL Draft. Trey White back on a 1-year deal with the Bills worth up to $6.8 million. That up to is a big part of it. We'll see what the guaranteed money actually is. And we're talking draft stock in terms of what the Bills would do. We had a little joke about the bet being 3 defensive players to every 1 offensive player this year. And if that's the case, this is the next step. It waits till next week and, training camp. But how much pressure will there be on the Bills to, hey, have a good defense again? You invested heavily in it. You just re-signed a bunch of your pieces. It's got to be good. It's got to be good again.
Doesn't that kind of help the defense of, like, you want to draft Luther Burden or any other receiver in the first round? Doesn't it kind of help that? Because I've only really got one thing I need on the whole offense. So take care of that early, and then spend every other draft pick you have on the defense.
Yep.
The theme of your draft, even though the first pick would have been on offense, the theme of your draft will still have been
defense.
The Bills trying to fix their defense. Look, they spent 9 of their 10 picks on defense. Doing it in volume more so than doing it in the expensive one at the top.
Wendell in Amherst is up. Good morning, Wendell.
Hey, thanks, guys, for taking my call. Good morning. Trey White and stuff is a fraction of the player that he used to be. But I think that Bills Mafia and stuff will, embrace him, coming back, and it'll be like the final lap or so.
Yeah.
So do you guys have any idea of who we could actually get in the draft at corner, to kind of, tighten things up?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple names. Siobhan Revelle is a name they've had in from East Carolina, but the problem there is he has an injury that he's coming off of. You could get Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky.
They've had a bunch in for visits. In fact, it was just reported that Dorian Strong has come in for a visit, and he's a super athletic, interesting idea.
Yes.
I've not seen him pegged in the first round at all.
I've seen him for third round.
Yeah.
But he is 6'4" and ran a 4.30. Crazy athlete.
Yeah.
I don't know what his RAS score, but I'm sure it's in the high nines.
Trey Amos is one you see a lot out of Ole Miss.
He visited.
He met with the Bills at the Combine, and they came in here.
I think I saw him on a visit a couple days ago.
Yeah. There will be no shortage of corner options. I think it depends, who you listen to. Yesterday, I'm listening a lot to One Bills Live with Maddie Glab and Chris Trapasso were on, and they had Greg Cosell. Playing the draft board. It's the thing about the draft. You kind of wait to see how it gets, and here I are, the 30th pick. Well, there are 13 corners we still like for rounds 1 and 2, and there are 3 defensive tackles we like. Take the tackle.
Yeah.
While everybody likes to say you take best player available, I don't think it's that simple. I think teams like to say that. We never see their draft boards. It's not as simple as best player available, or else these teams would click auto draft and just go out for a drink. So it's about reading the market. Hey, it's getting thin at defensive end. Think about your own fantasy drafts. I know fantasy drafts are different, but if you're up on the clock and you're not picking again for 30 picks, and there's 2 tight ends you like and 20 receivers you like, what do you take?
Take a tight end.
You take the tight end. You take where there's about to be a scarcity. So it'll depend on how the board falls, and again, we kind of won't know how their board falls, but there's lots of good corner options.
Yeah, Porter's interesting. He's different, I think, than some of the others because that is, again, kind of under the umbrella of, you want to do things a little bit differently. You've used the terminology, get in the lab, right, on defense. Yeah. So Porter, who actually ESPN has ranked a little higher than PFF. PFF's where I saw him in the 3rd. ESPN has him ranked as the 53rd overall prospect. So that put him in the 2nd round. Actually, right around the Bills' second-round picks.
52, yeah.
So he weighed in at 6'3", 195 at the Combine. So 6'3", and what they describe him as 3rd fastest 40 time at the Combine, regardless of position, outstanding arm length, recovery speed, to develop into an elite press corner. He has rare upside. So I thought I saw elite press coverage somewhere in here. Yeah, elite in press coverage.
Yeah, okay.
So kind of sounds a little bit like Kyrie Elam on the surface, but that didn't work. But what did you... I don't think they were wrong for shooting for that. Shooting for a different type of corner, because Elam wasn't maybe that tall, but it was about length, and it was about speed and more athleticism at the position.
Well, one thing an elite press corner can let you do is play defense differently. An elite press corner is, okay, you're over there, take that guy, and we're going to build the defense around the rest of it.
Yeah.
53rd overall prospect, you say, the Bills, of course, not 52, the Bills picked 56 and 62. So right in the neighborhood of where they could pick twice.
Right. For those wondering, by the way, I might sound like I just described a first-round prospect. I think one reason why is he didn't start until this last year.
Which is something the Bills love.
He's a 6-year, and he's older. He's a 6-year college football player, and he didn't start until his 6th season. So he didn't get going until he was playing against guys that were 4 years younger than him. This is the Xavier Legette conversation from last year.
Sure. So much to dig in and dig through. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
He's also listed as wide receiver -DB on senior college football reference.
Color me intrigued. You've got me.
Think of him like a wide receiver?
Think of him like a wide receiver. Let's do it. 803-0550. Thanks, Wendell, for the phone call. You mentioned Luther Burden. I don't know what the Bills will ultimately do at receiver. It feels like they've got a, it's funny. We always think about needs, and you don't want to get too locked into something you need. But we only do that with the bigger picture of receiver or the bigger picture of corner. With receiver, their need is, I think, pressing, but it's also specific to the type of receiver. When we say they need a corner too, does it have to be a man press corner? Does it have to be somebody good at zone? Those are different skill sets, and some guys are good at one and not the other. Edge rusher. Do they need a speed rusher or a power rusher? Do they need a guy set the edge? Like, there are different versions of the same position. Mm-hmm. At receiver, they could love a guy, but if he plays the slot, we don't need that guy. We need something very specific.
Yeah.
You need a speed guy. And I said this yesterday. Let me know if you agree with this in general. Why do we all think they still need a speed guy? Is it not because what that represents is someone that would make a defense play them differently, which means that they don't really have guys that make defenses play them differently. And I was getting at this on the roundtable with Shope and Bulldog yesterday. I think Keon Coleman can still be a real nice player for them, and his role can be carved out perfectly, and he can win the way he wins. But in year one, he saw just tons and tons of single coverage. Defenses did not adjust what they do to we gotta watch out for this guy. He's been a freak. That'll change if he has a lot of success. But the idea of a speed guy is to pull coverage away, because I don't think that they have a player that has gravity, that commands that attention in the way that a lot of other teams do.
Unless, would you say, so the Bills last year were near the bottom in how often defenses would face them with too high safeties. Is that more to do with they don't have anybody that makes them do that, or that's more to do with, hey guys, that Shakir guy, we gotta focus in on him more?
I think it's the first.
And the run game, too.
I mean, those two go hand in hand. Why were teams able to just, blanket Kincaid in the middle of the fields? Because, what are you worried about? Nobody on the outside is going to do any damage. We'll see Josh Palmer. I mean, he's a big part of this, of course, and the draft is less than a week away. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. When we return, we have what not to do when you are allowed in the new Bills Stadium for the first time. A story of something that happened over at Everton. Somebody got into the stadium for the first time.
Mm-hmm. Their new stadium?
Their brand new stadium. Don't do this. Next. So teased going to the break what not to do when the new stadium opens. There's a story from the BBC in England there. An Everton fan stole food at the new stadium. A man filmed himself walking away with like free whatever. It's there on the counter. He grabs it and he says, "Adios, amigo," before walking away laughing. And he adds, "The first man to officially do a Toby at Bramley Moor Dock." Again, apparently doing a Toby is stealing something. Doing a Toby. You're learning that today, in addition to the rest of it.
I am, yeah.
So, he's banned for life. There you go.
Wait. Let me start at the beginning again. There was free food on the table?
Nope. A test event. The Bills have talked about this. When the new stadium opens up, there's a test event. This guy, 62,
he went to the test event.
Went to a test event, yoink, on some free food, filmed himself doing it and posted it.
But it wasn't free food. It was
sorry, yeah.
Yeah. He reached over the counter or something like that and grabbed food that he was supposed to pay for, right?
He was asked to donate the 12 pounds, not like money pounds, of food to the Everton community charity. I'm trying to see, like it says what he ordered here, but
okay,
it's their brand new stadium, and he is banned for life.
He's banned for life. Don't do that.
Everybody right now,
wow.
Text.
Imagine being like an Everton fan and like, brand new stadium. We're going to. It's the last time you'll ever be there.
Find this story and text it to the fella in the group chat. It's like, this is you. You would totally do this.
Yeah.
Accidentally get banned from the new stadium before it opens.
Little harsh, it sounds like. No,
I mean, it says
from Everton.
It says indefinite ban, and his membership of the club was canceled. Over there, it's like your PSL being revoked.
Yeah. Yeah, that's big there. It's like the only way you can get tickets there, right?
Yep.
Like if you're someone traveling to the game.
Harsh.
Yeah.
Sal coming up on the other side. We're going to ask him a couple things about this Trey White signing. How many players can we remember who had a return engagement with the Bills?
I've got a list cooking right here, and it's I think it's a very lengthy list.
Yeah?
Yeah. And that we're talking just like last 7 years. From what I've looked at so far.
Peerless Price was here twice.
Okay, let me add him. We need a non-McDermott Bean category, and he would be in this.
Everybody comes back.
Yep.
All right, we'll get to that with Sal. He's coming up on the other side on the Trey White signing, what it means, what the expectation should be. We're, of course, still waiting on details of the contract. That might tell a good amount of the story as well. It's up to $6.8 million if it's, $2 million guaranteed. That paints a little bit of a different picture. 6.8 is not huge money, of course. So we'll see. 803-0550, and it could all come in the way of not likely to be earned incentives. We're off a year where he didn't play that much, have that many picks. We'll see. So Trey White's back. It's a good story either way. Sal on the other side. We'll chop it up with him coming up next.
the official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres win in their final regular season game of the season. They get the win over Philly, 5-4. Ryan McLeod got his 20th goal of the year. Alex Tuch tied his career high in goals with 36. Peyton Krebs got to 10 for the first time in his career. So a couple of stat milestones that the guys hit. That's it for the season. 36, 39, and 7, the final record. Now, locker room clean-out day, and then tomorrow expecting to hear from Kevin Adams and Lindy Ruff. We'll be live on the air tomorrow here on WGR. To football, Tre'Davius White is back with the Bills. 1 year. It's worth up to $6.8 million. We don't know what the base salary is yet. Surely a lot of that $6.8 million is incentives. For those wondering, when the Bills cut White last year, they were on the hook for $4 million in dead cap this season. That still is the case. They still have to pay that $4 million from his last contract that they released. Elsewhere around the league, you've got Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show talking about it's basically retirement or Steelers for him at this point. Sean Payton, Denver's coach, says there will be a heavy focus on running back in the draft for the Broncos. Denver picks number 20. They lost Javonte Williams, their starting running back, to Dallas in the offseason. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Joining us on the Wester Hotline, and I hope he's ready for trivia. That I expect you to dominate here, Sal. I expect you to do very well. It's going to be right in your wheelhouse for the Bills. Good morning.
Okay. I am ready. Good morning to you. Obviously, a lot going on last night, so I'm going to talk to you.
Yeah. So, all right, the Sabres game last night, and Trey White's back. We got a lot going on. I asked Joe to find how many Bills players have had return engagements in the McDermott Bean era. Because Trey White becomes the what number, Joe?
So this is where Sal can dominate the trivia enough to now where he not only gets all the answers, but he could even go above and beyond it. Because this is just me looking back, you know what I mean? Just trying to find them. There's no list you can plug into StatHead.
Okay.
From what I see. So I've got 14 Bills in the McDermott Bean era that have left, gone somewhere else, and then came back.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's a lot. It's way more than I thought.
It's
a big
lot.
Number, right?
It's a lot. How many quarterbacks, though? Like Trubisky and
two quarterbacks.
Barkley.
You got the two quarterbacks.
Yeah, I want to count them a little less, but, Trey White joins.
Can I ask you a question? We have to have them play a regular season game in both stints?
Active. Yeah, so Barkley, for instance, I've got being active in a game. He didn't play in one. So, yeah, you had to be on the other team in between. Yeah.
Jordan Phillips, Shaq Lawson.
Yep.
Yes.
Dean Marlowe,
who they traded for to come back. A lot of these other guys are just signed back. Marlowe was traded for. Yep.
Lee Smith, was he on this list?
Lee Smith.
All right, tight end.
That's a very good one. Yep.
Okay, I'm thinking of offensive linemen.
E.J. Gaines was here twice. Right?
Oh, he was. That's right.
Yep. There's one. We're going to make that a 15th name now because I did not have E.J. Gaines on here.
We might not get them all. Trey White back for a second stint. How many Bills?
Trey White is, by the way, one of the names on this list.
Right.
Obviously, the inspiration for the list.
Is A.J. Klein? Do we already say him? Did he play for?
Yeah, he's
A.J. Klein
definitely
is
on this list.
16 names.
Okay.
I wonder if this list is going to get to 20.
All right, we got to stop the trivia because we don't know. It's a lot. Who do you have?
So, do you want any more guesses, Sal, or do you want me to read them off? I've got two more corners. Dane Jackson, obviously.
Did Tywan Jones, did he leave and come back?
Okay, so I don't have him as one of the corners, but I have him written down here. I didn't know what position.
Yep.
So Tywan Jones was on the Bills, left, beat them
with the Texans.
With the big catch in the playoffs, and then came back.
Yeah.
So Tywan Jones is correct, yeah.
I got one, Colton Schmidt, I believe, right?
Colton Schmidt, the punter?
Yeah. Didn't he leave and come back for like a very, very brief stint? Or
no,
there was a punter. Maybe it wasn't him. Who was the punter?
Yeah, because I don't have Schmidt being on another team.
Okay, sorry.
I'll read you who I have while we think of that. Josh Norman left for 2 years and came back.
Yep.
Right? Quentin Jefferson.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
Last year, Quentin Jefferson came back. Obviously, Cole Beasley and John Brown.
Right.
Both left and came back.
Cole Beasley, John Brown. That's right, yeah.
Brown caught one pass, big touchdown against the, I think it was the Jets. And then Deontay Thompson.
Okay.
Left and came back. 2017 wide receiver. And then I think that's it. You got the rest for the McDermott Bean era. You mentioned Peerless Price.
Yep.
Before the break is prior.
That was a long time ago, though.
Yeah, and also Percy Harvin apparently came back for like 2 games after his original
Who I was
stint.
thinking of, it was not Colton Schmidt. There was a punter last year they brought back. We never made the team again, but he had been the punter years ago, and I can't remember who it was.
Matt Hawk?
Was it Matt Gay? Matt Hawk. That's
Matt
right,
Hawk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
he was with the Bills in 21, and then, he was back last year in, was it the preseason or whenever it was?
All right.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I want to make this point because I think it's relevant to the discussion here. I think people, and I say this all the time, right? Like, fans look at things just solely through their own team's prism way too much. They don't see what's happening around the league. They think their team is the only team doing something. Why can't our team do this? Everybody else does. Not true. I bet you this is pretty common with many teams in the league that have the same regime for 8 years, right? Yep. Where you bring in guys. This goes back to the why do they always bring guys from Carolina point. Well, look at this. What teams do when you have regimes that cross over, when you have coaches that go somewhere else. A coach that coaches somewhere else, like Rex Ryan brought a lot of guys from the Ravens to the Jets when he went there for several years, right? It just happens. So this point you're making, I guarantee you people are out there going, yep, this is what the Bills do. They just bring back these older guys and they only know their guys. No, it's because they're comfortable. They know the system. And if you look around the league, I guarantee you are other teams who a coach has been there 5-6 years. They bring guys back. The GM's been there for 5-6 years. They bring guys back because they know the guys. They're comfortable with them. They know the system. They can fit them right in. So I just want to make that point because I don't think this is unique to the Bills. What is unique to the Bills is to have the same GM and coach for 8 years to have that list grow even larger.
Yeah, it is interesting, Sal, that the other part of your point here is that none of these guys were ever big investments. No one was ever
right.
A lot of these guys are 1 and 2 games, right? Beasley Brown, it's a few games. Josh Norman comes back, it's a couple of games, and Quentin Jefferson, Jordan Phillips last year, it's half a season. Sometimes it is right in the middle of a season.
Did you even mention Dane Jackson in your?
Dane Jackson, right?
Yeah, they're okay. Yeah,
Trey White might honestly be the largest investment of any of these players we just read off the list. And, I mean, it says up to $6.8 million, but I don't think anybody's believing that a lot of that isn't incentives.
Agreed. And you guys just said it at the break, and I got confirmation last night just to make sure on this that, they are still on the hook for $4.13 million, I think the total is. It's whatever it was when they made him a June 1st cut last year. They had to divide that cap up, that dead cap between last year and this year by making him a June 1st cut. So whatever his cap hit this year, you add on that $4.1 million, and that's what he's costing on the cap this year for 2 separate contracts, essentially. I agree with you. I'd be really surprised if it's $10 million, right? I mean, they're not giving him that. So these are probably not likely to be earned bonuses because, as we talked about before, this went back to the Matt Milano thing, where when they restructured his contract, Matt Milano has some very achievable bonuses. However, since he didn't play as much last year, he didn't hit those numbers last year because of the injury, they're going to be called not likely to be earned, which means that they don't count on this year's cap. But if he hits them, they count on next year's cap. Because Tre'Davius White really didn't play a ton last year, he was on 2 different teams, he was inactive for some, and he wasn't a main starter for the Rams or Ravens, really. My guess is, guys, I don't know this, we don't know the details yet, but I think it's a pretty good guess here that he's going to have some incentives that might be reachable, but they're going to be not likely to be earned because he didn't reach them last year. That's how it works. So therefore, they won't count on this year's cap.
All right. So we'll wait to see the numbers to find out just kind of what that is, Sal. Could be an awful lot of not likely to be earned incentives. The first question, obviously, given the timing of this, you've seen a lot of Bills fans immediately asking, does this change in any way the way they approach next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Tre'Davius White, who likely raises their floor defensively at that position. Do you have the belief that it alters it at all in the slightest bit the way they approach Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
No, because from my perspective, you guys know this, I've said this many times, I have said this, and this is what I still believe, and even more so now. The Bills will draft a cornerback within their first 3 picks. They're not drafting one in the first round. That's what I believed. I've said this. My thought all along, and I've been consistent on this, and I still believe this now, even more so after the signing, which is the Bills are going to draft defensive line with their first pick, and then their next 2 picks are going to be a combination of defensive line and corner in some capacity. I believe that. Now, is it possible that a wide receiver they really love falls, and they say, you know what, we just can't, pass up the value? A safety really falls, and they can't pass up the value. I just don't think those positions are truly in play other than that circumstance over the first 3 picks. I've believed all along, and I've stayed on this, and I believe this today as I sit here now even more. D-line is their first pick. Corner is coming in the first 3 picks. I don't think it changes that, guys. They need a young corner that can still play and start. Look, I know they just signed Tre'Davius White. He's been a fan favorite. They're giving him possibly up to $6.8 million. I would guess that even inside one Bills drive, they're thinking, is this going to work? We don't know. Well, we better still go get a young guy because, A, it's a 1-year deal, and it's a guy that, we know that had a couple injuries, and that's why we moved on from him originally. So I don't think it changes any of that.
All right. You're confident corner won't be that first pick?
I am.
All right.
Well, right now I am. Look, I don't know the Bills' board, right? Sure, I don't know. Do they have Marcus Harrison ranked 15th overall on their board and he drops to 30? Sure. That could obviously happen. So, sure. Goal takes exposed, right, when that happens. I don't know the Bills' board. But I do think, but yes, I am. I have always believed that D-line is going to be their first pick because it's a guy that's going to play right away versus. You guys remember, what did I say? Joe, we had this conversation the other day, yesterday, when Jeremy was off. And I said it this way, Jeremy, which is we talked about veteran corners and how you can get a guy that can kind of play a little bit. You already have Dane Jackson. What do you have at D-line? You got to play somebody. They got 3 guys, 3. They released Branson Dean yesterday. They got Zion Logue. I'm not counting him. All you have on the roster right now, because Ogunjobi is suspended, is Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, and Dwayne Carter. Literally, they have to find a starter, essentially, at that position. They don't have to do that at the corner.
Right. Only 2 players that would have been active for the entirety of last season, too. That also could be the board, right, Sal? I've asked, I'm trying to remember which draft guests, because it's actually been a couple of them, about the Bills and corner at 30 and what might be available to them. And it might be dependent on whether, Hairston falls or if the Bills are intrigued by guys with injury history like Ravel and the Notre Dame kid. But the couple times it's been, if they want a corner, they should probably trade down. That kind of sounds to me like, well, you might as well maybe just wait till the second round then. And that's just from the players that are available in this class versus what the Bills might be thinking about at the position for themselves.
Yeah, now this is a good point. Jeremy, I think that could happen too, right? If you trade down, maybe it changes the dynamic here. Mm-hmm. If you go from 30, like last year went from 28 to 30 to 33 or whatever it was. If you do that once or twice this year and you're in the middle or top 10 of the second round, maybe that changes the dynamic, and now you say, now we can get our corner. I believe that if they stay relatively where they are at 30, 56, and 60, that they're in somewhere near there. Those 3 picks are still, to me, a combination of 2 D linemen and a corner, and I don't think the corner is first.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. Sal, as we look at the players they've brought in, we could get to the corners first because sometimes you get a look at let me back up. The way they bring guys in, was having a conversation about this with somebody this week. Visits, top 30 visits, what are these reserved for? These are players they're interested in, they want to, A, know more about or show themselves more of the Bills to the prospects. It's kind of an interesting game to play or to track because you see not only the positions the Bills are valuing, but also maybe the rounds they think it might be relevant, right? Sometimes, hey, these are third-round receivers. Hey, these are second-round defensive tackles. Like Travis Hunter's not in for a visit because the Bills don't think he's going to be available. So when you look at it that way, what do you think you can take out of the Bills' visits? 4 corners, like 10 defensive linemen, 7 receivers. We don't have all 30, but do you feel like you get a good picture of the way the draft falls based on that?
Yeah, I think it's a great point, Jeremy, that like those receivers they've been bringing in are generally considered day 3 receivers, right? You look at the list. I don't have it in front of me. I have to go back and look. You look at the list they have brought in so far, and it's generally been a lot of guys who not many expect to go very early in the draft, but are draftable guys, and people are going to take them at some point. They also have another common trait. Speed. They brought in a lot of speed guys that are fast. I think that's your clue, too. Okay, they're targeting a specific guy. If you're targeting a specific guy, what did Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott said about wide receiver? Well, yeah, fast is great. We love speed, but you have to be a football player. I think they bring these guys in to make sure do they check the other boxes for us? Yes, we know they have the speed. We've seen them play. We've timed them. Let's just make sure they check the other boxes. Because if we're going to take a guy, we want to have a football player. That's not a guy you take in the first round necessarily, right? If you're just targeting that specific guy and you want to make sure he's got those other traits that you're comfortable with, I think those are a little bit later. So for sure on that, and I think that everybody can see it's clear, right? This is a roster that's ready-made. We know that. It's been to the AFC Championship game. It's been in the playoffs, 7 of the last 8 years. They're highly successful. They haven't had a ton of turnover this offseason. I don't think you're hiding any secrets here if you're the Buffalo Bills. Everybody in the world sees where you kind of need some help, mostly on the defensive side, mostly at defensive line, a little bit in the secondary. And, you're looking for a speed guy at wide receiver in those positions, and I think that the visits have kind of spoken to that.
Sal Capaccio with us on the West Her hotline. Sal, what about when thinking about corner, do you think the Bills have a urge or a will to want to change kind of what they've had at corner in terms of the skill set and what type of corner that they have, man coverage maybe? You mentioned yesterday when you were on with us Darian Porter, who's a different type of corner than they've had. He's bigger and he's faster and there's man coverage skills there, but he might be a little bit raw. And they did try to pick Elam, right, and make that work. But do you feel like they would want to try that again, or would they think, we did try it and it blew up in our face, so let's do the things that we know works?
I don't think anything that happened with Kyer Elam changes how they view what they should do with another player there early, if that makes sense, right? Like, that's a guy that just didn't work out. It happens sometimes. Because one guy didn't work out, I don't think that you change your philosophy on the kind of guy that you want or what you're looking for. You just need to do it better. You need to do better research on who that guy is and how he's going to fit. And then once he gets to your building, it's on you, it's on him, it's on everybody. The Bills have a very good track record here over the last 8 years into this regime of developing players. They've one of the best player developments in the organization, in the league. They really do. Look around the league. These guys that are stepping in every year, it seems like, to step in and fill in and play. Whether it's an Alec Anderson or a Jamarcus Ingram, right? I mean, like, these guys they're on the team. They're heck, Joey Andreessen, right? It doesn't matter if it's a smaller role. The Bills are very good at that. For some reason, and it could be development even of an earlier pick. That's fine. I mean, James Cook, look what he's grown into. Now, not all of them are great. We know that. There's been some misses. Kyer Elam just didn't work. I don't think that changes what they feel about how they go about who they draft. I think the question, though, Joe, seriously is, do they, independent of Kyer Elam, independent of him, do they just feel that they need something different at corner because of how the season ended and said, you know what, we just needed someone that was a little bit more man-to-man. When we got in a position, we didn't have that particular player. Maybe they're thinking of the whole season and say, when we match up with these teams like the Baltimore Ravens and they have these great tight ends and now they're adding, and then, Zay Flowers or a couple receivers they've added with an MVP caliber quarterback. When we play this year, the Cincinnati Bengals and all those receivers, when we play the Philadelphia Eagles, we're going to need a little bit more. And I do think that maybe that could be in the cards here. Mike Pellegrino comes over from the Patriots. He's now their Nichols coach, replacing Scott Booker. He's a guy that has a lot of experience with a lot of man-to-man stuff under Bill Belichick. Ryan Nielsen comes over as a senior defensive assistant. He's been with a lot of man-to-man. Now, are those clues that they want to change? I don't know if that means, I don't know if it's chicken or egg, but I do think you feel more comfortable saying maybe that you can do this now, and I think you feel comfortable if you want to play that style.
Scott in Cheektowaga up with Sal. Hey, Scott, good morning.
Good morning, boys. Sal, good morning. Glad
Morning.
you're on. comment really. What's the Harbaugh brother in California?
Jim.
All right, so Jim Harbaugh has been quoted before as saying that Grant, the nose tackle from Michigan, is like a gift from the football gods, and he was glad he had a chance to coach him. I just think that guy at 330 pounds is exactly what we have been missing since Sam Adams, and I always believed that a top shutdown corner or a big beefy defensive line are each other's best friends. And if we're lacking the depth at corner, we're not leaving the guys on an island if our guys on the line can stop the run and rush the passer faster. I just think that if you can't get one in the first round, Sal's point about defensive line in the first round makes a ton of sense to me.
Thanks, Scott. You mixed two names there. There's Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant. And Graham will be long gone by the time the Bills pick. But Kenneth Grant is a very frequent Bills mock draft, projection. And, yeah, Sal, by the time we get to next week, Thursday, when we're out at Resurgence, someone says, who's it going to be? I'm going to walk in there thinking they're coming out with Kenneth Grant if he makes it that far. Because, like he said, a big, young defensive tackle. If there's something the Eagles have done, it's they've drafted a lot on that side of the ball. And they've not hit on everything, but, they whatever. I'm not sure the Bills have learned anything from the Eagles model because the Bills have been investing in that spot. But this is a spot that they have not had someone like this in quite some time. So that's where Kenneth Grant, I think, is a very, very likely target.
Well, I think he's one of them. I think there are several that could be right there. A lot of the mocks and simulations that I've done, sometimes Walter Nolan is still there. Is he a guy? I don't know. Might be a little bit smaller. I mean, I love Derek Harmon. I think he probably goes a little bit before the Bills, right? If Derek Harmon is there, I think you jump on him at number 30. He's the player from Oregon, obviously. And then how about Tyleik Williams? I think Tyleik Williams checks a lot of these boxes. The only thing about Tyleik Williams, he's Ohio State, by the way. I keep hearing Sean McDermott say the word long. He's not long, right? He's a little less long. We talk about these guys not being long. They're monsters, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's not necessarily the longest guy, but I still think he fits everything else they want. He's a real, he's an anchor. He can be a run stuffer. He's 330 pounds. I think Tyleik Williams, Derek Harmon, I think, is right there. Nolan, there's several guys. I agree with you. I think Grant is a guy that could fit there. On the caller's point, though, about what Jim Harbaugh said, listen, that's great, okay? He also coached him at Michigan. I mean, Fran Brown said that Kyle McCord's a first-round pick, and I don't think that's the case necessarily. I mean, I love Kyle McCord and I love Fran Brown, but let's remember what we're talking about and take that with the fact that these guys have these emotional attachments to them.
Yep. All right, Sal. Well, enjoy the weekend, and we'll talk next week as we get to draft week.
Yeah, for sure. And today at 10:30, I'm going to have Jeremy Kahn from Baltimore at our Odyssey sister station to talk about Tre'Davius White's time in Baltimore last year. I think if you go do some search out there, I think he was a little better than people thought in Baltimore. I'm not sitting here telling you he was an All-Pro. That's not the case. But it certainly didn't work out with the Rams. But once he got to Baltimore, I think there was a bit of a trajectory that he was climbing up a little bit. And then, of course, we saw him here in Buffalo in the playoff game, and he had the pass interference penalty as well. But Jeremy Kahn, he'll tell us about that as well as the Ravens offseason. I also want to say, worth noting, because I tweeted this out last night. I think I told you guys this when I saw you after at some point last year. After the Ravens-Bills playoff game last year, I saw Tre'Davius White. We talked for quite a while. He loves Buffalo so much. And I said, you're going to be free agent, right? And he got this big smile on his face. I said, what would you think? He said, I want to be back here. I'd love to be back here. I don't know, but, it would be great to come back here. And that always just stuck with me that, he said that if he had that opportunity, he would love to come back to Buffalo. So obviously this is something that presented itself and it was able to happen. But I remember that when that happened after that playoff game that he specifically, said, and, I mean, you're gonna. I think in the moment you could say that anyway, but we know how much he does love Buffalo. But he clearly said and felt at that moment that that was something he wanted to try to make happen.
The Bills' website lists Derek Forrest as number 27, but he hasn't worn it yet. So who's going to get 27?
There you go.
Got to give it to Trey.
Gotta be Trey. I think it's Trey. Right? It's Trey. Yeah, I think it's Trey. I don't think you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the other guy hasn't worn it yet.
Something else.
Yeah. I mean, when he goes in the future Bills Wall of Fame remembrance, he's going to have a number next to his name. You don't have to have two numbers there. Not that he would, get it the second time too.
No,
but anyway.
Derek Forrest was 22 with the Commanders, but
That's Ray Davis, right?
yeah,
Yes.
So you can give him another number; he'll be fine.
All right. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Paul Hamilton, an hour from now on the Sabres. Their season closes. We're looking at the Kevin Adams, Lindy Ruff press conference likely tomorrow. We'll double check on that once we have that locked in on time. 8030550. I got something for you when we get back. I got something for you when we get back.
You've got something, and I've got. My mind is creeping towards receiver at 30.
Okay, good, because I want to talk receiver.
Sal talking about corner. I've got a thought about defensive tackle. There's a thought about defensive end. I'm working my way to receiver by next Thursday.
All right, well, I don't know that that'll happen, but the thought I wanted to bring you was about receiver, because Sal echoed something there. He relayed something Sean McDermott said. Speed's great, but you got to be a football player. I want to mention a name. I got to ask if he's a football player when we get back. And it's not. No, it's not Xavier Worthy. Okay, we're not going to. Fine. Is this guy count as a football player? Would Sean McDermott call him a football player? We'll find out next.
This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres wrap up the season with a 5-4 win over the Flyers last night. 36-39 and 79 points is the season endpoint. Locker room clean-out day now, and then we are expecting to hear from both Lindy Ruff and Kevin Adams tomorrow. We'll have full coverage here on WGR. To football, Tre'Davius White is back in Buffalo. 1 year, $6.8 million, worth up to $6.8 million, I should say. We don't know the base salary of his contract just yet. Spent last year with the Rams and the Ravens. Was on Baltimore for the playoff game here in Buffalo. Elsewhere around the NFL, we're less than a week away from the NFL draft. Sean Payton yesterday talking about running backs, leading people to believe Denver is in that market going into Thursday. Aaron Rodgers says it's basically Steelers or retirement at this point. He also blasted the Jets for how they handled the release of Rodgers at the end of the season. He did that on Pat McAfee yesterday. Those are Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
On with you guys yesterday. You and Derek were here. I was off celebrating Arsenal's Champions League win over Real Madrid.
The win that they were like 97%
that's the one. That's the one. Felt great. Yeah. Eric at home. All right, so Sal mentioned something. By the way, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Friday. High of 70 today.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Little rain later, though, right? Or there's a chance of it.
If I could ask a question about, is this guy a football player? Because the Bills, McDermott said it, was it at the Combine, and Sal brought it up and said, like, don't forget, Sean McDermott says, like, speed's great, but they got to be a football player.
Bean says the same thing.
Bean said the same thing, okay. Yeah. And maybe that's the reason they didn't take Worthy despite really liking him. Joe Brady, again, Tyler Dunn's reporting on that, asking Worthy about it. He wrote about it again yesterday about receiver, that Brady really loved Worthy, and they connected on a deep level, is what Worthy told Tyler Dunn. And they don't take Worthy, they take Keon Coleman, they trade down, they make their moves. You know, the Bills, as an entity, would have disagreements in the room and whatever. Why don't they take the receiver that they really hit it off with and they really liked? Maybe they don't think he's a football player, in finger quotes. Like we don't just want small guys, we want football players. And Worthy's one example, so forget about him. Put him on the side. Is Devonta Smith? Is Devonta or Devontae Smith? Which one is it? Either one. Is he a football?
I knew it, and then I've heard it twice. But it's Devonta Smith.
Okay, because every time I say it, the chat corrects me that I did it the wrong way. Because there's some are Devontae. Some
now
are Devonta.
I knew it right forever, and then that whole got me mixed up. But it's Devonta Smith. Yeah.
Devonta Smith. Is he a football player? 170 pounds.
He is
top drafted receiver. Caught a touchdown in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Awesome. One of the best wide receiver tandems in the league. They have
it's open all the time.
AJ Brown is the beast, and Smith is awesome.
Yeah, the Slim Reaper.
Would the Bills consider him a football player? I guess I'm wondering the speed element that they get when they draft their speed guy. Let's say it's fourth round. Let's say it's third round. You put it wherever you want. Mm-hmm. Is that guy going to be 6'3", no matter what? Because they don't really want small receivers. Shakir's the smallest guy they've got.
Yeah, but even he's compact, right? And he's strong, and he bounces off people.
Contact balance.
And he blocks a little bit.
Yep.
Is that really all it is? Is they only want receivers to block? Or that's I don't know. Maybe not a requirement, but if you're not going to block for us, you better be like an all-world prospect. Because when's the last receiver they have brought in or given any sort of investment to that wasn't at least an average block, seen as an average blocker?
Yeah. They always have.
Diggs even was, right? Like, do I have to go all the way back to
Willing.
like Brown and Beasley? They were small receivers. It is now 6 years since they brought those two in, though.
Yeah.
So I can go that far back if you want. But since then, Bean also talked about this year I think this was also at the Combine. He did like 45 minutes with Pat McAfee, and he kind of admitted to, I don't know if we're more built for Buffalo now than we were when I first got here and the first team that I built. And he talked about that like they've corrected something. And sure, there is merit to doing that. Your run game is going to be better, and the sport has changed that way. I hope that that's why they did it, not because it's windy once a year. A lot more than once a year, but you know what I mean.
It's soon to be less windy.
It's going to be less, right, that's right. They're building a stadium to be less windy.
The future of these games is less windy.
Right. So he kind of gave voice to, more physical, bigger, we're the Buffalo Bills. We should be a little bit more like that. And his actions do kind of represent that. Mm-hmm. Because since they signed Beasley and Brown, and even Diggs to a lesser extent, because Diggs was a fine blocker and was a little bit bigger than those two, they don't bring in those guys.
They do, but they do for like the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th receiver spots at training camp, like your Andy Isabella,
sure,
KJ Hamler.
Right, not guys that you would ever anticipate playing meaningful snaps.
No.
More than a couple snaps a game.
And if they draft a guy, whatever, McDermott says horizontal and vertical speed, and Bean did it at some point this year in the offseason too, talking about like track stars and...
Yeah.
I mean...
And some offenses, by the way, are designed that way. Like, I mentioned this last week, and the Rams just re-signed him. But the Rams and Tutu Atwell is always an interesting dynamic to me.
Because he's so different from what they do.
Because, right, McVay needs his receivers to be physical and to block and to be bigger. And that's just incorporated into their offense. And... Tutu Atwell, they spent a second-round pick on. He is 5'9", 165 pounds. He is like the smallest player in the league. So when they drafted him, I think there was confusion. Like, that does not fit what the Rams do. But sure enough, he never really played for them. But yet they signed him back, and they gave him $10 million.
And McVay said they've got to get him involved.
Right, so they maybe are telling you, we are going to change a little bit. Like, here's a guy that doesn't really fit what we do, but... We want to work ways to get him involved in the game. And the Bills don't have a guy on their roster that I would think about that for. Like, you kind of got to change what you do a little bit. You got to have a certain package to fit that level of speed. The Bills don't have a player on their roster like that. If they were to get one, even if it was in round 4, I think it'd be interesting to how they would use him. How often would he play? If they draft... one of these 7 receivers that they've had in on visits that's going to be a day 3 pick. They draft one of them in the 4th round, and he runs a 4.35, but he's not the biggest guy in the world. How do we think he's going to get used in year 1? Or even beyond that? Is he going to be on the field a lot? Is he going to be an all-down player? This was even a thing with Isaiah McKenzie a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. McKenzie had a couple of years where he'd do some nice things.
Really nice things.
And he'd be inactive sometimes.
Yeah. And then
Or he just would play like 8 snaps.
And then there was a year they decided, let's look for more from him.
They did do that.
And that did not work.
Right. They did have a year where they threw him out there. Yeah.
What was your receiver thought? You said going to the break, you're starting to lean more that way? I want to say...
It's less to do about the receiver itself, though, and more about the other positions. I feel like I got a reason why they might not do all these other defensive positions. Sal giving voice to that a little bit with cornerback, why like he doesn't think that'll be the pick at 30.
He sounds really confident they're not going corner with their first pick.
So there's corner. There's maybe it won't be corner. And defensive end. Well, they did invest in it. They brought in Joey Bosa. They don't have to do defensive end in the first round when Michael Hoyt comes back, and you've already got Rousseau and Epinesa. You've got numbers there. Defensive tackle is the one where that's the one Sal kind of implies he thinks that's the need. And the caller from last segment brings up the guy from Michigan, Kenneth Grant. The thing about defensive tackle though is it is a one technique defensive tackle. It is not just opposite of what they do at that position under Sean McDermott. It is opposite of their philosophy on defense in totally. for what they do on defense. Their whole thing defensively has been, we are going to stop the pass. We are going to try to stop the pass. And for all the complaints that fans have had about their run defense in these 7 years, and there have been games, Jonathan Taylor, and there was an Eagles game in there, Derrick Henry, sure. There have been games.
There's a Saints game in there
where they could not stop the run. There have been seasons where they could not stop the run. And the Bills' actions have basically said, yeah, we don't really care about it. We're fine. We want to stop the pass. Taron Johnson's talked that way. And last year...
Taron Johnson flat out said, we want teams to run.
Right.
We want to invite the run. That's what they do.
Right. So they're going to do what now? They're going to go draft a 330-pound defensive tackle because he's good at stopping the run on a rush defense that, by the way, by DVOA was 10th last year. They weren't even bad. So I'm going to fix my not bad run game when they don't care about stopping the run game with my first pick? That makes sense to everybody?
I mean,
it's a need, and they don't have a guy, but it does not line up with how they treat that role and that value.
Well, if we're doing how they have treated value, do they value receiver enough to take one in the first round when they feel like they don't need one? Probably not.
Right, which is why I feel like I kind of have an argument now against every position.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
Safety, there's an argument against it. Corner was the one, I didn't really have a great argument against it, but Sal made a good case, and we have had guests on that have said there might not be a corner that's worth the 30th pick when you get up to bat. It might be a trade down because, like the next guy is like 15 spots lower than where you pick.
8030550. As you make the case against every position, what you're really pointing to is they don't need 10 picks. They don't need all these picks. Trading down is not something they should really be thinking about too much.
Yeah.
Trading up should be in the cards. I'm ready to start banging the table for whatever. Not exactly like I want them to trade up no matter what, but I'm starting to launch an offensive against team never trade up. Team never trade up. Because it's just such a blanket statement. It's such an easy thing to say. You sound really responsible, but whatever. The Bills didn't trade up for Diggs, but one time they traded their first-round pick for an established player, and how'd it go? It's their best first-round pick of the last 10 years other than Allen. The best one. Just trading for the established player. So
I'd almost like to do an exercise, too, in how they acquired these picks. Like, how many of these picks are because they trade down in previous drafts? Because if there are any like that, you could just take the whole series of moves and say, well, they didn't really trade up. They traded down to trade back up, so it almost cancels each other out. You just move the pick a year. You know what I mean? Kind of like what they did with Worthy last year,
right?
Where they did trade down,
but they pick slid.
They traded down so that they could trade up in another spot,
right?
So. But not all of those would be this case, right? They got the second for Diggs. They got there's compensatory picks in there, so they wouldn't all be because they just moved down in previous drafts.
8030550. Trey White's back. If you want to give us a thought on that, you can. We're happy to have you. Sabres season comes to an end. They win last night, beating the Flyers at home, and we expect locker cleanout today and tomorrow with the assorted Sabres brass meeting with the media tomorrow. Lindy Ruff wins his 900th career game, and his answer to that means I've been coaching for a long time. Not much else. So anyway, we'll get some more calls in, and I've got a thought on how the Bills should approach the offseason to get you to the top of the hour based on something Chris Trapasso said about the Rams yesterday. So lots to get to. Paul Hamilton, 8:30. Happy Friday. It's going to be warm today, warm and windy on WGR.
carried up ice, a 2-on-1 on entry. J.J. Peterka fires and scores! Early goal here in the second. It's 4-1 Buffalo.
That is Dan Dunleavy on the call of one of the first moments of the game. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. Sabres beat Philadelphia and close out their season. We have the lottery order, and the Sabres have the 7th best odds. The Flyers, by getting 0 points, stayed back 4 spots. Mm-hmm. They would have leapfrogged the Sabres, the Bruins, and the Kraken. Instead, the Flyers have the 4th best lottery odds. The Sabres have the 7th best, which means the chances the Sabres get a number 1 overall pick are 6.5%.
All right, go 6.5%. They could have only dropped to 6th.
Yeah, Sabres finish 6-3-1 in their final 10 games. James Reimer plays the last game.
Yeah. By the way, very scary, almost injury that he had. Skate hit him up high, but he's okay, obviously. Thank God. So 79 points. You want to guess where that ranks during this playoff drought? 14 seasons. Where does 79 points rank?
Okay, I don't know that, but I do know something that I looked up because the Bruins had a terrible season. The Bruins had the 5th odds. They cratered out.
Yep.
Kind of by design. Once it got bad. And they sent a statement out to their fans, and this is horrible. This is a very challenging season. Joe, I found out that this season was the Bruins' first season under a 90-point pace. I do include like COVID lockout years, some year, but 90. Just go ahead and 90. Their first season under 90. This one since 06-07.
Wow.
The Sabres, how many seasons over 90 since then? It's 3. They had 2 playoff appearances. But the Drought has had 1 season of 90 or more.
Yeah.
And the Bruins just had their first sub-90 in like 20 years.
Yep.
And there's a letter about how horrible it was for them.
The Sabres have obviously missed the playoffs 14 years in a row. The Bruins this year missed the playoffs for the 8th time since the original 6 stopped. So since the original 6 era, they've missed the Bruins missed the playoffs now 8 times, and that is it. By the way, the answer on where 79 points ranks, that was the 5th best season of the drought. 5th most. Last year 84, year before that 91, and then the first year of the drought they had 89 points, 11-12.
All right, who's better next? Who makes the playoffs next? Sabres or Bruins?
If I looked at the rosters, I would tell you the Sabres, but doesn't it feel like you have to pick the Bruins?
I don't know. I mean,
part of it is they're going to be obsessed with not having that happen again.
Mm-hmm.
And they have the tools and the reputation and the willpower, I think, to turn that around. That I'm not sure if the Sabres have any of those 3.
Season's over. Tomorrow we expect Lindy Ruff and Kevin Adams to speak with the media so you can get their thoughts on how it all went. Lindy's back next year. We do know that. I saw Frank Saravelli wrote in his daily face-off that many expect sweeping changes in Buffalo, but is that just outsiders expect sweeping changes?
More than it's like people in the league that he's talking to? I took that as just like most fans would think, naturally, media, that, 5 years missing, they'll fire the GM, right? That's what I took it more than he knows something. But I guess I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, if that were going to happen...
If they were going to fire Adams, I've said this, I don't think we would see it coming. So that would be in the next 48 hours, I think. Or 24 hours even.
Yeah, would it be after exit meetings? Would it be before exit meetings?
I do remember Murray did a press conference and then got fired after.
That's right.
So I guess he could talk tomorrow and then get fired next week, in theory.
Well, not expecting sweeping changes, and to the offseason we go. Jeremy and Joe. Okay, on the Bills and how aggressive they should be right now in this moment, this draft, and starting now, this kind of second window of Josh Allen's prime. I have a thought for that when we get back. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, and if you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get right to your calls on the other side as well here on this warming up, but windy Friday.
Update.
1 week till day 2 of the NFL draft. We're under a week until round 1, where the Bills are slated to pick number 30. Yesterday, Aaron Rodgers talking on the Pat McAfee show about potentially going to the Steelers or maybe retiring. Did say that retirement is on the table. Pittsburgh rumored to be in the quarterback market at number 21. The Bills are bringing back Tre'Davius White on a 1-year, $6.8 million deal. It's worth up to $6.8 million. They will still have to be on the hook for the $4.1 million that they had in dead cap for White this year from his last contract. Trey White last year spending time with the Rams and then the Ravens. Sabres win in their finale last night against the Philadelphia Flyers, a 5-4 final. Ryan McLeod got to 20 goals on the season. James Reimer in net for the win. Now locker room clean-out day, and then tomorrow the coach and the GM scheduled to speak. Sabres finished the season with 79 points, and now we move on to the Amerks playoff runs and the Stanley Cup playoffs, which begin, by the way, tomorrow. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Tre'Davius White back with the Buffalo Bills. Don't know the numbers on the deal, but who cares? The vibes are good, right? Good to have Tre'Davius White
Vibes
back.
are good.
Who do we want back next? Who would be the next best vibes-based signing? Micah Hyde.
They already did that.
They did that. That's right. Sorry. Kind of.
I asked Sal in our chat after our segment about all the players that have come back. Who's the next guy to come back? And the first name he said was Gabe Davis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The vibes are equal with Gabe Davis to Trey White. His last moment on the Bills field was him literally like getting into a shouting match with Bills fans. I don't know. Like I don't think there's bad blood or anything. But Gabe Davis, Devin Singletary coming back.
Who's the best?
Who's beloved that's out there still? Sal also said Harrison Phillips.
Who is? I mean, Trey White is as good as it gets.
Tyrod. Come on.
Your guy.
They've had so many opportunities to bring... Tyrod's been getting starting jobs, too, kind of, so.
All right, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We've got Paul Hamilton, 8:30. We'll wrap the Sabres season and end as an end-of-season presser tomorrow. All right, may I have the floor for a moment? Oh, it won't take that long.
Oh, wait, one more really quick. I have one more good vibes
Okay.
one. Jerry Hughes.
Okay.
And he was in Houston last year, so he still plays.
Yeah.
Jerry Hughes.
So I'm listening to One Bills Live yesterday. Chris Trapasso, Matty Glab, they had a bunch of calls in. Good conversation about the draft. And somebody called in to talk about trades and, going after star players or whatever. It was about trading up and the value of picks. And the Rams came up. The Los Angeles Rams, because famously, maybe you do or don't know, you do know they won the Super Bowl. What you maybe don't know, and that mixed in there, is that they had no first-round picks for a lengthy period of time. They drafted Jared Goff with the first round, and then they did not have another first-round pick for a long time.
I think it was 8 years.
In part because they went and they hunted down another quarterback. They spent 2 firsts to get Stafford instead of Goff, which was a very modest upgrade. It was really about the very edges. Like, man, our coach is good. We know what we're doing. We need someone else pulling the trigger here. And they rode it to a Super Bowl. They made trades for Von Miller and Jalen Ramsey.
Beckham. Stafford.
Stafford was 2 firsts.
Right.
So anyway, I was thinking about that for a minute. All right, hold on a second. You mean to tell me that in the NFL, a team went 8 years without a first-round pick, roughly 8 years, and they won the Super Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
And as they were having this conversation, Chris says, accurately, the Rams are really the only team to have ever done that. And I just was listening and thinking, that's a funny thing. Here's one team that spent everything they could to go to win it, and they won it.
Mm-hmm.
And most people look at it and say, like, well, you don't want to do that.
Right.
To which I would say, why not? Why not be the next team to not pick in the first round for 8 years? Why not? The Rams did it in part to get a quarterback. What if a team that had a quarterback who was the best decided, yeah, you know what? There's been one example of a team spending all those picks, never picking in the first round. And also, by the way, 2 of those years, Joe, they didn't have a second-round pick.
Right.
What did they have?
They had a lot of picks.
of other picks.
They had, I think they averaged, I did this last week when we were comparing them to Miami, that they averaged like 9, I think they averaged 9 picks per draft in the period they didn't have a first.
So the Rams and the Niners, by the way, might about to be doing this too. There's a couple teams, Jacksonville too, that are starting to, we've seen a shift. Jacksonville got a new GM. I brought this up a couple weeks ago after reading an article about this new kind of idea of, it kind of subscribes to both. I can be the trade away picks team and also the bank a lot of picks team. Because as long as people in the draft have such high value on firsts, then I can trade my firsts. Why don't I use that first? Why don't I use next year's first for the Bills to go get whatever. You want to say established player or move up in the draft. Those are 2 different ideas. But it just kind of struck me in the moment as funny that, yeah, there was one team that, they traded everything in the first and second round for about 7 years. Oh, really? How did they do? They won the Super Bowl. Oh, and has anybody else decided we should try that too? No. No, nobody else has decided that seems like a good idea. But why not? Why aren't the Bills? Why aren't the Ravens? The Chiefs, to a degree. I mean, the Chiefs went through their transition and whatever. How come nobody else thinks that's a bold idea? We get to the NHL. Same kind of thing. The Penguins, go check how many times they picked in the first round. They had like a decade where they did. Because in the NHL, it's very common to have been, hey, we're good. We don't need picks. We're going to go win this thing. And I know there's more turnover in the NFL and all that, but I'm antsy for the Bills to not slow play anything and to really drive this thing like a Ferrari. Like let's go. Maybe this isn't the year to do it. Maybe next year's draft. Maybe last year's draft. I want them to be pursuing Hendrickson. I want them to be pursuing DK Metcalf, Myles Garrett. I want them in all those calls because, first round pick. Okay, how much have they gotten out of their first round picks that aren't named Josh Allen?
Stephon Diggs,
and the next best is Rousseau. Trey White.
Yeah.
Trey White
for sure.
Pre-Josh Allen.
Easily Trey White.
But since Josh Allen's been selected,
Rousseau and Oliver, who are like pretty good players, right?
Yep.
Pretty good players.
Oliver's a top 10 pick.
Yeah. And
he's okay.
But still only pretty good for the most part. So, like, what would the natural counterpoint be to that? It would be about the cap, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you can't make 5 Diggs trades.
Right, or that there's a time where you have to pay for that, which is, well, I guess you could say that's what the Rams have done for the last 2 years, is paid for it, but they've basically been able to survive it other than last year, or the 2023, which is really just Stafford got hurt. Mm-hmm. Stafford got hurt the year that they went all the way down to 5 wins.
Is that the first year that Whitworth retired too?
Yeah, that might be right too.
Like, they lost,
but they haven't been a Super Bowl contender.
That might not be the first.
They've been a quarterback to get the fruits of what they did, like the Rams did. And if you want the Bills to do it, it is very different because the Bills, I think, you're gonna get more out of those star players because you have Josh Allen. And then on the other side, when you are paying for them no longer being there, Allen is going to keep you above water a lot better than the Dolphins would with Tua.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Like that's where I'm kind of I'm ready to wage my war against never trade up. Trading up is not all trades up are created equal. To me, it's kind of like a point I'd like to make where if, the asking price for TJ Watt is a second-round pick. Well, the first pick of the second and the last pick of the second are very different. Well, the asking price for Myles Garrett is 2 firsts. Okay, well, what? 2 number 3 picks overall or 2 30th picks overall? Those prices are very different. And trading up, don't trade up if your quarterback is, all due respect, Ryan Fitzpatrick, and you're trading up for a running back to try and ground and pound your way to 11-6. Mm-hmm. Do trade up if you are in the AFC Championship game on the final play looking for a guy to get open. The Bills should be operating, I think, much more aggressively. And maybe Bean will be like that. He has been before, and just not the right swing has happened yet. But
yeah,
I was also reminded, the whole "you're never one player away" thing. I don't want to hear that ever again. Why would anybody say that?
Yeah, I don't know that the Rams are your champion for this though. I'm looking like they half are. They half are because some of these firsts they spent were on and seconds were on like good players. They just come in and play immediately. I'm looking at their trade history since 2019. There are a lot of trade downs in here. And this is how they're acquiring so many picks without trading away their own guys.
But that's part of the point.
Only one time they traded out of the first round. 2019, they traded down from 31 to 45 and picked up a third.
Right.
Otherwise, all the other firsts were from, star players. But they traded down in the second to grab a third once. They traded down in the second to grab a fifth with the Chiefs. They traded down in the third.
But that's part of the point, how they are.
They're not doing it really in the first round other than that one time.
That's how they are your champion. The idea is they're the bleep them picks team, and they amass picks.
Yeah.
So you can actually do both.
You can do both.
Everyone treats it like if you get rid of your firsts, what will you do? And the answer is get a million other picks. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
So,
and the other difference of that is by trading away, what do they trade for? They trade multiple things for Jalen Ramsey, right? They trade multiple things for Beckham, multiple things for Von Miller.
2 seconds for Miller, I think, is what it was.
Yeah, I think
so.
For
a rental.
But all of these are multiple picks. All of these are multiple assets. What you are then doing, which is different from what the Bills have right now, because the Bills, by drafting and developing, which is fine and good, one consequence of that is you don't have as many jobs available. When the Rams spend 3 assets on one guy, well, now your 6th-round picks, your 5th-round picks that you grabbed in these trade downs, well, they have 3 more jobs to fight for.
Mm-hmm.
They have 2 more jobs to fight for than you would in Buffalo when I don't have that job available because they've got a first, they've got a second, they've got a third, and they were all pretty good, and they all locked them up and they stayed. So, and it almost works to do both.
Right.
It's weird that they are the only one that's done both of those things together because that, as we pointed out earlier in the week, is very different from what Miami did. Miami did not have picks. They spent those firsts, they spent those seconds to go get star players, and then they had nothing. It was like a third, a fifth, and a seventh, and that was it. That's like their draft.
That's part of my point. Trading up is not created equal. A team with Josh Allen trading up for insert player here is not the same as a team with Tua trading up for insert player here. And we shouldn't treat them as though they're the same. The Bills have... Josh Allen gives them advantages in every single department. He helps them get free agents. He helps them get players to come here. He helps them overcome their flaws offensively and defensively. He helps them that they don't have to go chase quarterback. Yeah. He makes everything better. If they build a great team, they're great. If they build a not great team, they're great. And rather than just kind of leaning on Allen all the time, I guess what I'm getting at is you can not be afraid of going after whatever it takes. So if they trade up, I don't think it's the same as if the Saints are a great example. The Saints are a team that trades up all the time and they're dumb. Well, there's their quarterback. It's Derek Carr. Congratulations. That's a bad idea. You probably shouldn't do that. Who else shouldn't trade up? The Steelers should not trade up. Who should? Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, Commanders, Lions. Mm-hmm. Teams at the doorstep should, of course, do something to try and get over the finish line that a team that's in the middle of mediocrity should not do.
Yeah.
Noah in Maine, sorry. So there you go. Noah in Maine. Hey, Noah.
Hey, guys. Love this conversation. I guess just to spend time on my call here, just boosting receiver propaganda, which I think we need more of. Jeremy, your point about moving up in the trade, or in the draft, I absolutely agree with. Last year, hindsight's 20/20, but I was pounding on the drum to get Brian Thomas. And, if it costed a first and a third, would we have missed those picks at all? I don't think so. Again, hindsight 20/20, but look, they have to be more aggressive. And if you look at what the Eagles did, they took Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson in the first round. And that, are they gun shy? I don't think anyone would call the Eagles gun shy after a move like that. They remained aggressive. They remained sort of on that front foot. And I guess what I'm getting to is what a lot of Bills fans, I think, share this sentiment is it feels like they've almost overthought the receiver room these last few years. And I don't know, guys, is it high-level football analysis to say, hey, we have a great quarterback, can we get him great receivers? And, if that means being aggressive and moving up in the draft or double dipping, which I thought they should have done last year instead of just taking Keon, I don't know exactly what that answer is. But, yes, being aggressive and just continuing to pound on that door and just attacking. I hope they learn in this second phase of the Josh Allen Bills that you got to attack this room. You got to attack the position. Thanks, guys. I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Noah. There's an article yesterday at Sports Illustrated from Connor Orr about Moneyball and the lessons learned from Moneyball era and analytics in sports. Mm-hmm. And he had a really good kind of track on it, which was, we all kind of came to understand analytics and Moneyball and do things for cheap, right? Hey, running backs, don't pay running backs. Do this, don't do that. Don't pay this position. Walks are important in baseball. Shot share in hockey,
Three-pointers in the NBA.
Sure, we all came to learn that there were a lot of different things that you could streamline your game and get better. But the thing he pointed out there was what was lost in that was you're trying to find a way to find a market inefficiency, which means once everybody is on that, everybody has decided, don't pay running backs. The Eagles and the Ravens and the Packers, this reinvention of the running back position, what was it really? It was then the Eagles saying, hey, guess what? Nobody pays running backs anymore. Let's build a power offense and get the best running back because he's going to be cheaper than he ever was. He's going to be cheaper than he should be because the entire market kind of overcorrected. So once everybody, from an analytical standpoint, lines up behind in the same line, then it becomes, all right, well, this is no longer an advantage. Everybody lives here. Where's the advantage? The advantage is in getting Barkley and adding him to a complete offense and taking that to new heights. And to me, that kind of drove home what I've been feeling about the Bills forever and why I've been, personally on the receiver train for years and years and years and years. I'm not saying they shouldn't draft 7 defensive players in this draft, but I don't think they should stop anywhere short of literally breaking the game offensively. You have a guy where you could break football offensively in the right format, in the right structure, if you could ever find your way to Jamar Chase is on one side, and then the rest of it's just, I know it sounds kind of silly, Operation Never Punt, but really, how far could you go? Is the market efficiency in finding a balanced running attack? Maybe. Maybe that's where they feel like they can make their money, and they had a really good, efficient offense. But I thought it was such a good point from Connor about what it really is about is getting ahead of everybody else on something. What's coming that people haven't seen yet? Because the teams that are there first are going to be the teams that win. How the Eagles won their first Super Bowl. That's the dawn of the RPO era.
Yeah.
They get to that quickly, and they ride it all the way. That's where the Eagles have been smart. And getting out in front of something, how do you apply that to this year's draft? I don't know. I'm speaking in just some generalities about do something.
It's making me think about the 05-06 Sabres, honestly.
Ahead of everybody.
They were ahead, right? Power plays and speed and skill out of the lockout, and they were just 10 times faster than the Flyers.
I mean, there's a point here about the Dolphins when they ran the Wildcat. What happened? Teams were not ready to defend it. They ran it for a year. They won the division. What happened? Everybody ran a little bit of it. Everybody's ready to defend it. It's gone.
Yeah.
So what can you do as the Bills? Mm-hmm. I think the answer to that is, you could build yourself a nice defense. Everybody's seen a good defense before. Is that a huge market inefficiency to have a very good defense? It helps.
Yeah.
But a lot of teams are going to try that. What's the one thing you have nobody else does? Your quarterback. Do everything you can for him.
Yeah.
Lean into that. 803-0550. Daryl in Grand Island quickly before the break. Hey, Daryl, good morning.
Hey, thanks. Real quick, guys. Good morning. Real quick, there's so many things I want to say, but like Josh Allen, who would have ever thought that draft pick was going to turn out to be, I'd say, like a diamond in the rough pick? But I think the Bills are better off getting, like, White's coming back. I'd rather save the money and get free agents than going out and spending millions on draft picks. You don't even know that they're going to turn out.
Thanks, Daryl. Hey, did you see that Cam Ward is also a 0-star recruit?
Was he?
Yeah.
I mean, I knew he played.
Josh Allen, 0-star recruit.
He played at a small school before Miami.
Add Cam Ward to Team 0-star.
Yeah. Where did he play before? He played only 1 year at Miami. That was it. Like, he was not a 4-year starter at Miami. He played a bunch of games. He came from a smaller Washington State, and then before Washington State, he was somewhere also. Incarnate Word. That was it.
Oh, Incarnate Word, yeah.
Incarnate Word.
0-star recruit coming out of high school.
Yeah.
1 scholarship offer from the University of Incarnate Word, an FCS school.
Yeah, that happens.
Josh Allen, Cam Ward's coming for your underdog crown.
I doubt he'll get.
Well, I don't think he'll get to Allen's crazy heights. No, that'd be quite an accomplishment.
Yeah.
803-0550. We'll get to more of your phone calls here. 1-888-550-2550. Paul Hamilton as well, wrapping up the Sabre season. We're inside of a week to the draft, having a good time. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Sabres wrap up their regular season with a win, 5-4 over the Flyers last night. We'll talk more about it with Paul Hamilton coming up next, as well as we'll get some locker room clean-out day stuff and press conferences over the next day or so as well. To football, the Bills are bringing back Tre'Davius White. It's a one-year deal worth up to $6.8 million. We don't know the base salary or what the cap hit will be just yet. Trey White, 30 years old, spent last year with the Rams and then the Ravens. He was traded at the deadline, played for Baltimore in the playoffs against the Bills. The RBC Heritage Round 1 PGA Tour back after the Masters. Justin Thomas ties the course record with a 61. 10 under par. He's the leader by 3 over Scotty Scheffler after one day. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803.
With a win over the Philadelphia Flyers, and we'll talk about how things wrapped up and get back to your phone calls in a moment. Jeremy and Joe, as the Sabres season ends with a win, Paul. So they closed their home schedule. If you went to games late in the year, you got your money's worth. They won an awful lot of games at KeyBank Center down the stretch.
Yeah, they finally made it a place that was difficult to play in, and that they actually had a home field advantage, as you'd like to say. So they played better at home, and now they got to figure out the road schedule and how to at least get yourself to 500 or better on the road. You do that and continue to play like you played at home for a lot of this year. I think you got a shot at the playoffs.
Paul Hamilton with us. Paul, from last night's game, the team look energized to you to get a win at the end of it?
Yeah, as Lindy Ruff said, it was one of those games where there wasn't any hitting. It's just kind of like the teams were, let's get out of here. There were a lot of chances. Like Peyton Krebs had 4 breakaways.
Yeah.
He scored on one of them. Both teams were kind of trading chances, and it wasn't, the huge intensity. I mean, Buffalo really got out quickly. It looked like Philadelphia was ready to just head for the bus, and that was the end of that. And all of a sudden, it turned, and it was Buffalo actually. Buffalo had a power play where it didn't look good at all, and all of a sudden, Philadelphia got some great opportunities shorthanded, and all of a sudden, the Flyers took the game over. And now they started scoring goals. They had a lot of the chances. Buffalo wasn't getting any chances at all. And it looked like, for a while, it looked like the Sabres were going to blow the game. And but the Flyers got to within a goal, and then the Sabres finally, kind of straightened it out a little bit. They scored, and Jack Quinn got called for goaltender interference, so that didn't count. Yeah. And finally, they got the empty netter to put it away.
Yeah, always good to have reviews and at the ends of seasons when the games.
Yeah, you have to be reminded before the season's over that about the reviews and how much you enjoy them.
Yeah, Quinn, Paul, they flashed his numbers on the screen. His stats against the Flyers. His season comes to an end, and I don't know. Is he definitely back? He's an RFA, right? So there's something to be decided there, and his season was what? Half of it was a lost season, and then it kind of showed glimmers of what he used to be. What should Sabres fans expect from Jack Quinn going forward?
Yeah, I think you described it perfectly. I think for me, he would get a qualifying offer, and that would be that. I would basically sign him to his qualifying offer. I wouldn't be looking to sign him for a 4-year deal or a 5-year deal or an 8-year deal or anything like that. I would need to see more of what we saw more towards the end of the year than we saw during the year, and see what kind of off season he put together. But Peterka, yes, I'd be looking for the long term. Of course, Bo Byram, I'm not convinced he wants to stay here. I don't know if he knows what he wants to do. But I would look for him. I'd be looking to, get Alex Tuck figured out. But as far as Jack Quinn goes, I would offer him his qualifying offer and basically give him a take it or leave it.
Yeah, I was actually just going to bring up Byram, Paul, because I've heard you mention how you've asked him before about staying around long term and, maybe being part of the core, and that he's never really given that strong indication that he wants to, not that he said, I want to leave. And I was listening for that when you did your pregame interview with him the other day, and I thought the exact same thing when you asked him that question. He just never makes me feel like he wants to be here on a long-term deal. So you feel the same way? And then also on his game, because you had mentioned there were times early in the year where you thought he was their best defenseman on certain nights. He gets split from Dahlin, and I don't know, how'd you feel like the season ended for him after he was playing with a different partner?
He still was good, but that's always his best when he was with Dahlin. I still would like to see him sign a long-term deal. I still, like him as a defenseman. One thing I thought he got a lot better at this year was blocking shots. I mean, he became an excellent shot blocker as the season went on. But I felt the same way you did, that he always just avoids the question, and it's like, well, I have a decision to make. And,
he called it a big summer, which is a little weird for an RFA that actually I think I read he has 2 years until he can get the UFA status. I don't know, but either way, calling it a big summer is a little interesting.
Yeah, and it'd be a situation like Sam Reinhart. Sam Reinhart had decided, hey, this organization has never offered me a long-term deal. And, I've done everything they've asked me to do on the ice, and he's right. I totally understand why he would feel that, what, if they don't appreciate me, I don't want to be here. So he just said, look, I owe you 1 more year. I'll play it. I'll sign for the 1 more year before I become, and then that's it. I'm leaving. So he at least gave them the option, and Byram could do the same thing. Say, I'll sign a 2-year contract or whatever it is until I get to unrestricted free agency, but I'm not interested in anything more than that. And that would give the Sabres a year or two to find him a new home and get a decent trade value back in return.
James Reimer finishes out the season in net, Paul. His future is to be determined. The Sabres, they keep finding themselves in this spot where an aging goaltender has a reasonably good season, and then the choice is retirement or Buffalo, right? Like Craig Anderson was this. Is he going to come back? And now with Reimer, he's going to discuss it with his family and decide what he wants to do.
Right. I mean, he'll be 38 years old next year, and so he doesn't know what he'd like to do. I don't know. Standing there, looking him in the eye, talking to him, I kind of got the impression that maybe he's done. Maybe he's going to retire. That's just an impression I got. He didn't say that, but just the way he was talking and everything, it's like, it's been a long, great career, and he enjoyed playing here, but it just sounded like he's going to sit down with his family and. You know how guys get. It's like my family has basically sacrificed so I can have a hockey career, and now it's time for me maybe to sit down and reverse my priorities. And so I don't know. I just got the impression that he might be leaning towards retirement, but could be talked out of it maybe.
Yeah. What about the kids, Paul, that played a little bit at the end that were called up? Osland and Roseanne was kind of back and forth and never really flashed, I thought, when he was up here. Either one of those guys make you think about their long-term futures, and then even, I don't think either are much, well, I don't know, you tell me, about their candidacy for making the team next year.
Yeah, I just never really got hugely impressed with Roseanne, and he kept coming up and down and up and down and up and down. The last time he was here, I thought might have been his best, where he had a game where, you know, okay, yeah, and it looks like maybe he's starting to get it a little bit. Ostlund, I really liked him a lot. Not enough that I want to say, you know what, he needs to be here next year. I still think he needs to be in Rochester. I'd stop making the mistake as an organization of rushing these guys up here like they have a lot of them. And, I think that's part of the reason they're still in this spot because really good players, young players got rushed up here, and some of them had a good year and then regressed. And so I think he could make the team next year maybe and be okay. I would rather see him continue in Rochester. I would rather see them fill some roster spots with some veterans. Well, they don't need to be filling them right now with more youngsters. I think part of the reason is that they're where they are is because they had too many youngsters. So, any roster spots you have for next year, I think, need to be filled by some veteran hockey players.
Paul Hamilton. Paul, the plan is for locker cleanout, and we expect to hear from Lindy and Kevin Adams tomorrow?
Yeah, we're going to have some extended programming. Usually on Saturday, as you know, we're done at 2 o'clock. We're going to keep going. I know Derek Kramer and Joe Cowley will go for a little while. Then Brian Koziel will come in. And basically, they're going to do a show from 2 until they speak.
Okay.
And you don't know really when. They're hoping to be around 4:30, but you don't know how long players are going to talk to Lindy Ruff or how long they're going to talk to Kevin Adams. I mean, Rasmus Dahlin may sit down. He could talk 15 minutes with each guy. He could talk an hour with each guy. In which case the schedule gets all thrown off. So... you will hear both men on WGR Sports Radio 550 live when they do speak. They're hoping to be around 4:30, but you just don't know. It could be earlier, it could be later. And in the meantime, you'll hear all those folks continue on with Sports Talk Saturday until it happens.
All right, you guys will be going indefinitely, so hopefully it doesn't go like 9 p.m. because it's a lot of
Sports Thunder
chat on a Saturday.
And for folks, this being Good Friday, it's going to be our local programming throughout the day, and you will hear. As we talk to Rasmus Dahlin or Alex Tucker, Tage Thompson, I'll be getting those interviews back to the station, and the guys will be playing those both today and tomorrow. So you'll be able to hear what the players are saying as we go along with it for the next 2 days.
See if they've got fish fry recommendations, Paul, while you're at it. Being Good Friday.
It's the only thing I'm going to ask is about fish fries. Where are you guys going for your fish fry when you're done here?
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Paul.
Take care.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Eye of the Blue and Gold. All day tomorrow, Eye in the Blue and Gold to get those end-of-season pressers started. That's brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business so you don't have to. Great Lakes Building Systems. Our business is protecting your business. We have a lot of people want to chime in on the bill, so stick with us. We'll get right to the break, right back to your calls, and we're open the rest of the way. Have a few callers on hold with some good questions, good topics to bring up. Stick with us if you can. Jeremy and Joe, right back to your calls on this sunny Friday on WGR.
5 right now to win a pair of tickets to the Ultimate Draft Night Party that we are hosting next Thursday, April 24th at 7 p.m. at Resurgence Brewing. Tickets include preferred seating at the party, include pizza, all-you-can-drink beer, well drinks as well. You must be 21 or over to win.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Got some calls to catch up on. Bulldog has just tweeted a picture. He's golfing, and I feel personally attacked. That's all. I just feel attacked.
Because you want to be out there.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I mean, you could in like a couple of hours.
I got a lot to do today, and it's the first time ever I actually have a lot.
That's not Bulldog's fault.
No, that's right. It's the first time I actually have a lot of things to do on a Friday, and it's 70 out, so sensitive subject. Please keep me in your thoughts. Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Joe. It's been a little bit of time. Evan even got a little nervous. He's like, I haven't heard from you in a while. Is everything all right? I said, of course it is. I listen to you guys every day. I don't have much to say because you say it all. But, I've been listening to you guys this morning. And first off, welcome back to Tre'Davius White. I'm very happy about that. Hopefully he does well and gets through the season and helps us get to the big one. The other thing you were talking about, Josh Allen, and I thought about it, and I said, you know what? For the Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen is our palm tree. He definitely brings the players to Buffalo. There's players out there that wish they could come to Buffalo because of Josh Allen. And, as far as the draft coming up, I think we should go bold. I want that wide receiver. I really do. I would really like to see us get a hold of another wide receiver, but most importantly, we still want the D-line. But other than that, I mean, I'm happy with what's going on right now. I'm looking forward tomorrow, the Stanley Cup playoffs, and I think this is going to be the year that there's a possibility that a Canadian team is going to win the Stanley Cup. I'm kind of pulling for Winnipeg this year. So good luck to us next year as far as the Sabres. See what we can do.
Thanks, Rob.
I like Winnipeg.
On Winnipeg. I'm going to give you my stat of the day on the Winnipeg Jets. And also doesn't the prophecy say that Jeff Skinner should win the Stanley Cup with Edmonton?
Yes.
He's making his playoff debut.
Absolutely.
The stat of the day on Winnipeg, I don't know if you guys had this when I was off yesterday, about Connor Hellebuck and what he just did.
No.
Okay.
I don't think.
I'm going to bring in Owen Parker here as a goalie. He wins the Jennings Trophy alone.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah. I think I saw this. Is he the first one to ever do that?
I think so.
Yeah.
The Jennings Trophy goes to the team that gives up the fewest goals.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to win it, you have to play 25 games. And nobody else did for Winnipeg.
Oh, right.
So when
Eric Comrie was the backup. And he didn't play them.
Right.
Yeah.
When in Boston, when it was like
Swayman and Allmark.
Yes.
Yeah.
He wins the Jennings by himself, basically, 2 years in a row. So there's your stat of the day, that he is he's done that. Pretty impressive. That's the stat of the day. Brought to you by Empire Electric, your local neighborhood electrician, residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com.
Yeah, very quickly, I do feel like this is a very good chance that Canada could win it this year, but it's I guess it's the volume. I don't think Ottawa and Montreal have it in them. Toronto has it in them. It's just the playoff stuff with them, and then I think it's Edmonton still.
Edmonton?
I think it's still Edmonton.
I'm worried about their injuries.
Edmonton?
I know.
Oh, and you have a thought on Hellebuck and the Jets?
Absolutely. He's been incredible. I was doing some research for an article that I've got coming out that he's the only goalie in the last 5 years to be in the top 5 in save percentage more than twice. He's the only guy in the league. He's just a monster. He plays like 65 games a year. He's unbelievable. I think he should win the Hart, frankly. He's just a stud.
Yeah.
Can't do better than that. And I think they'll probably go on a deep cup run this year with him. That team is just deep and good, and he's a superstar.
So you're posting something at WGR about goalies?
Yep, I got a little thing about, not a little thing, it's a pretty long thing about the Sabres goaltending, sort of what happened, what's going to happen, what they should do, could do, that kind of thing. Should be up today at some point for everybody. Check it out. Keep an eye out on the WGR site for it.
We'll look for that.
I'm excited to talk goalie with Owen and you all summer because we had a good conversation about that yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be
fun. What are
fun.
they going to be in goal?
It's going to be really
And if Levi goes on a tear in the AHL playoffs, it's going to make me I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm more confused.
I don't know how much more hype I can get about that kid right now. Looks
about Levi, yeah. 803-0550. When we return, calls on Trey White moving up in the draft. Stick with us. Right back to you. Wide open segment to take your calls and start to break down what we think the Bills could do, should do come Thursday, Friday, Saturday of next week. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres get the win in their final game of the season against the Philadelphia Flyers, 5-4. Now on to locker room cleanout day, and then tomorrow, and we'll have live coverage past 2 o'clock like we normally do for locker room cleanout, not for the players, but for press conferences for Lindy Ruff and Kevin Adams. Expecting that tomorrow, and we'll carry that here on WGR. To football, the Bills bringing back Tre'Davius White on a one-year deal. It's worth up to $6.8 million. A lot of that probably incentives. We don't know the cap hit yet or what the base salary is for Tre'Davius White, who spent last year with the Rams and the Ravens. The draft is less than a week away. Aaron Rodgers, doing the Pat McAfee show yesterday, said it's basically between the Steelers and retirement for him. Pittsburgh been rumored in the quarterback market. They pick at 21. Sean Payton, the head coach of the Broncos, saying yesterday that his team is very focused on running back in this draft. They pick at 20. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Aaron Rodgers told by the Jets, thanks for coming. You're fired. Kind of, right? Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Friday. RBC Heritage is underway. I've played this course, too. I wish I remembered more about it.
It's a beautiful course.
Yeah, Harbortown.
The par 3 with the creek in front that you showed that wraps around the back, too.
The lighthouse is really cool.
Yep.
Anyway, RBC Heritage. Justin Thomas tied the course record. Earlier this year, he tied the course record at Sawgrass. Not a bad year?
Yeah.
Be cool to have a course record.
Anywhere?
Sure. Build a new course. I'll play first. It's like putting your name first on a long drive contest. Just you start on that hole, you get to write your name down. And then at the end of the tournament, people don't know where your drive was. They just know, oh, you must have hit a really good drive.
If you were that good, wouldn't you want to just get the course record at every local course?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yes.
I've got these 3. Now I got to get this one, and then I got to get that one. Although pros could probably just do that, right?
Probably. Isn't the story that Dustin Johnson has the record at Ivy?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, there you go. See, I know that. That's the kind of thing where if you're Dustin Johnson, who needs live? Just go set 100 course records.
I don't remember who the golfer is. Mike Shope told me a story once that he was a PGA guy maybe in like the 90s. What's the name? That he was playing a course here locally, and he was going to get the course record, and he doesn't care about it, so he's on the 18th tee and asked, what's the course record? And he needed double bogey to break it, and he purposely hit 3 shots in the woods, because he's like, more important for that guy than it is for me. So if you were that good to have all the course records, you might be a pro player. And then at that point, let that guy
mean
have
much
it.
to you?
Yeah,
right.
Let that guy have it, because I'm going to go win the Canadian Open.
Trey White's back with the Bills. Locker cleanup for the Sabres and end of season pressers tomorrow. We expect that. Stay tuned. We got live and local programming all day on WGR tomorrow. Sports Talk Saturday kind of extended. And you can give us a ring at 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Tre'Davius White, you can give us a call there. On the draft, of course, this time next week, we'll know the first-round pick, if they made one, and we'll be waiting on round 2, where they have 2 picks, number 56 and number 62. We've got 2 draft parties, 1 Resurgence. On night 1, you can come to Resurgence with us. I don't know if you heard me mention this on the afternoon show, Joe, but the brand new debut reveal, official golf polo of the wide receiver train.
I was irrationally excited.
I was tasked with designing a golf polo that we could sell, and it'll be for sale there at the Resurgence party.
The first of potentially many in the JW golf line.
Listen, dreams come true.
Wow. I am pumped to
so
see
you want a
this.
shirt with trains on it? It's pretty. Here's the design. It's got a bunch of trains on it. That's it. Let's go. Let's draft a receiver.
Shouldn't it have trains like... Well, how would you do that? Catching the football? No. Like a wide receiver on the train? Because you want it to be a wide receiver train, right? Not just a train?
Maybe you're just a fan of trains. That Howard might like this shirt because Howard just likes trains.
That's right. More people would be interested because it's a train polo rather than... Why? Like someone that doesn't know about the why are there footballs that are
All I know
being thrown
is
at
that
this train?
If you buy this shirt and wear it around golfing, I expect it to be kind of like the experience of driving a Jeep. You see someone else in the shirt and you wave like,
yep,
what's up? Got you.
Or it becomes like when you go like to famous places and you bring like a Bills flag. It's like, hey, you go to, if you get the chance to play St. Andrews, you wear your train.
People just say,
take a picture with your train polo at some of the famous courses of the world.
Listen, speaking of being like the Bills, Bills fans when they see each other say "Go Bills." Last year, this time, every time I was going to the Sabres game, people would just walk by me and say like, "Choo choo." So that's the official greeting of the wide receiver train enthusiast. If we're out golfing, we say goodbye. They're like, choo choo.
See, for that, you don't want them to draft a receiver this year at 30 because then that kind of takes... Right.
It's always got to stay alive. It'll live forever. Trust me. All right, 803-0550. We'll get some calls as we crank through this. I called it a sunny Friday. It's bright.
It's
cloudy.
Bright. We can't see the sun, but it's definitely peeking out somewhere.
It appears to be there somewhere.
Yeah.
John in Virginia is up to lead off the hour. Good morning, John.
Hey, Jeremy. Long time no talk.
That's right, buddy. How are you?
Good. I have two questions. One, do you think the Bills, being a McDermott, value loyalty to a fault and bring back Carolina and Bills players trying to catch lightning in a bottle? Like, for example, Dane Jackson and Tre'Davius White. I don't know what the salary is going to be on the salary cap on that, but I'd rather invest that money in a top flight cornerback if that's even possible, or trading for one. And number two, I would like to see you put this up as a poll someday. Is the Bills' yearly success their one-loss record because of Bean or in spite of him, and really due to Josh Allen carrying this team on his back with good players but not great players? For example, I know you're always banging the desk and you're saying wide receivers, get him a number one receiver, get some top flight players at key positions. And on our Super Bowl run, when we back in the the 80s or 90s? I'm sorry, the 90s. Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, Bruce Smith, Cornelius Bennett, stud players at key positions, and we just don't have that. I just get your thoughts on everything.
Thanks, John. I don't think the Bills are good in spite of Brandon Beane at all. I do think Josh Allen, as much as anybody in the league, lifts everybody to a great degree. To even a point where I kind of want to be careful that we don't turn into what the Patriots became. Like Sal today is talking about how the Bills have a good player development system, and I agree. Jamarcus Ingram jumps in and he's serviceable, or Alec Anderson. And
all the corners they've had over the years that were like 7th-round picks that just played.
But the flip side of that is, if they had a bad quarterback, we wouldn't remember their names. We'd like, you finished 6-11. Who cares? Your third corner went in and had a good day. Like in New England, the thing that became so insufferable about them, they won so many Super Bowls. It's the Patriot way. It's everybody goes there and becomes amazing. It's like, yeah, maybe, or maybe you remember all their names because Tom Brady is the best. You might have the third best defense in football for a decade, and if your quarterback stinks, what do? You do nothing. Nothing happens for you. So Allen definitely highlights things. I think the Bills have a lot of really good players. A very good roster. It is very few, how is this guy on the team spots? Very few. Maybe none. Not many at all.
Yeah, Elam.
Sure, and he barely played. What they need is... I'd like them to, not that you can actually do this, take 3 Bs and give me an A player. Give me an A-plus player. I just think they need to find their way to one more truly high-level, incredible, on either side of the ball.
Right.
The way I've been using it is not an exact science, but another NFL top 100 player. Last year, that was Allen and Dawkins. And I think they should get like 3 more on that list to help them compete.
Right, like is the player development that they have unique to them? Like, do the Chiefs have it? Are they as good at it, or do we just not think about it because they have 3 star players that grab all the attention? Because they have a Kelsey, they have a Chris Jones, they had a Tyreek Hill. Like, they have guys that kind of help explain away the coach too. The coach probably takes some of that attention.
Yep.
But when you look at their history and their track record,
their drafting is not incredible.
But it's not. Again,
it's not
like
terrible. It's not,
Jalen Watson was a 7th-round pick that's become a really good corner for them.
There's your Benford.
And Isaiah Pacheco is a 7th-round pick that became a pretty good running back for them. And Noah Gray is a 5th-round pick that produces for them on offense. And, I mean, I could go on. L'Jarius Sneed was a 4th-round pick that became a star corner in the NFL. I can go on and on.
Yep.
So, like, I'm not saying the Bills aren't good at it, but is it unique to them? Is it better than, especially some of the other... They might be better than some teams. But the teams that matter, I mean, I just grabbed the one that is always consuming, our brain space, and I mean, they do this about as often as the Bills do, I think.
Yeah. Thanks, John, for the phone call. 803-0550. On Trey White, I would imagine the cap hit is tiny.
Oh yeah.
And same with Dane Jackson. So
I would think super small.
And the reason there was one big money corner out there who's still available, Asante Samuel Jr. They paid Benford. I think the right thing to do is to get a young, cheap corner. And I wouldn't even be scared off by the Elam thing. I was thinking about this, and I've even said this, Joe. You could draft a first-round corner. He doesn't even have to be as good as Benford. He has to be not as bad as Elam, who many think, by the way, was not as bad as the Bills kind of made him out to be. Just a guy that gets on the field of the first-round pick. That'll do the job.
Yeah.
Don't have it be a 0, which is what Elam really netted them 0 because they wouldn't play him. And when they did play him in the biggest game, he wasn't prepared.
It was horrible. Yeah.
He wasn't prepared. So I don't think they need to get a stud corner. And I don't know. Whatever.
They just need a corner. Don't they just need a corner that's better than what most of the time their number 2 corner has been? The bar's been it's not that high. They've had fine players that have been their corner 2s, but nobody that ever really moves the meter. These are some of the stories of their player development. Is that position specifically? Some of the examples we just went through is that position. They have coached up guys that are probably not the greatest athletes to know the system, know the job, be insulated in the right ways, play the right type of zone scheme that they're not going to get you beat. But if you ever want to do more than that at that position, you would like to have another guy on the other side that you're not as afraid to do different things with. And I think you've had players where I think this is part of the reason why Dane Jackson is a success story is player development, and Jamarcus Ingram is in that boat, and so is Levi Wallace, and there are other corners you can name for that. Part of it probably is they know who they've got over there, and they have to play a certain defense that way. They can't put them on an island, ever, because they know it's just going to get torched. And if you draft a first or a second-round corner that is a better athlete than these players, is a better prospect, and it hits, then now I feel like now we're really talking about the defensive coaching staff being able to do things different than they've had before.
803-0550. Keith in Lancaster is next up. Hey, Keith.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, looking at that Jimmy Johnson chart, I looked at Minnesota drafts 24th, and the Rams draft 26th. They each have 4 picks. I would offer them next year's first, a second, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth. I don't care to move up to grab their first rounder. We wind up with 2 first rounders and a pick in the second round.
Okay, you mean not moving up, but just, hey, we'll trade our future first for your 24th pick right here.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Keith. You know what this sounds like? And I'm not knocking it. It sounds like a good fantasy trade idea where I'm a fantasy football player, got a 24th pick, and I have not a lot of picks in this draft, and the Rams are a great example of a team that is stockpiled later. All right, sure, I'll just take a first next year. Where's your first going to be next year? At worst, 8 spots lower than this one?
Mm-hmm.
That's not the kind of trade that I think would get done.
No.
Because teams don't want to punt on having a first-round pick right now and just not have it.
Yeah, no, you would be more likely you would be trading. This would be one that would be more likely in fantasy. Is you are trading, if you're at the end of the first round, you are trading. No, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work at all. Because you're going to want to go down. You're basically going to want to be trading, Cleveland would want to give you their future first for your first, or their second next year for your first now.
Well, I think the way...
Something like that.
Let's use the Rams and stick with the Rams as his example. If I'm the Rams, the way I justify this is they're picking 24th, and they have 11 first-round grades.
Yeah.
And next year's class looks really good, and the coach and the GM are safe. Like, you know what? They're going to give us a bunch of picks to not pick right here, and we get their first next year. Then we have 2 firsts next year. We like that class a lot. That gives us a lot of ammo. The Rams,
you're not doing that with the team that's lower than you. You're doing that with a team that's higher than you.
I think you can do it with a team lower than you in the right circumstance. Again, if the value chart is to be treated as if those values are real, then technically any math problem could work. Mm-hmm. I mean, if I'm picking, let's do a fantasy draft. I'm picking 11th, and I'm picking 8th. And you are the champion. You offer me your first next year, and I get a bunch more. Like, okay, sure. I slid down 4 spots and a year, and I netted a second and 2/3. If I have the time to deal with that, like I said, I think it's a terrible idea. It's just not the kind of trade that's ever really done in the NFL. You don't see a team trading away a first-rounder for time. Like it's it's like an interest-free loan on first-round talent. But I like the thought, Keith. CJ, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Good.
So I understand a lot of people want to trade up in the draft. What I just personally wouldn't do it this draft unless you fell in love with somebody, because this draft is being, at least word of the media, is middle. All the meat of the draft is in the middle of the draft. Why would you trade up when you have several picks? I would actually move back if I moved at all and stay in the middle. If there was somebody up earlier in the draft that I wanted to trade for, I would do so. But that's if you had maybe 5 elite players at 5 different positions. That gives you 25 players to say, okay, well, we can move up from 30 to 21, 23 and still grab an elite player, but there's not so many elite players. You'd have to get to like 10 to get somebody that would really make a difference on your team. And all of these, nobody's guaranteed. I'd rather trade for a known commodity in the league with my draft picks other than move up this year. That's just me personally.
Yeah, right, because one thing that you are doing when you trade up is you still are getting an unknown commodity to some extent. You still are, you're not getting a sure thing. You trade up in the first round last year for Brian Thomas. I liked Brian Thomas. I thought he would be a good player, but that was not a guarantee because you hadn't seen him play in the NFL. That's different than you trade your first-round pick for Trey Hendrickson, to me, who you know is going to be great the second he steps on the field. Trading up, listen, you said it, and we've said it. You gotta love a guy, and I don't have a guy that I've loved for this. But if I put myself in Bean's head and try to figure out what might he love, let's go back to his track record. He has been obsessed with defensive end. So that might be the position to think about. If James Pierce from Tennessee starts falling a little bit into the high teens or into the low 20s, or Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, who I think they've had in on a visit, like a defensive end, that is a priority position that they have invested more in than anything. It's a value position, different than defensive tackle, different than safety, maybe even a little bit better than corner for that. Maybe that's the position that we should be thinking about. If they were to actually trade up, it's going to be for that guy, because they've done it.
What would you trade a future first for?
Hendrickson. In this draft, I don't think there's anything.
No, I tend to agree. I would do it for Travis Hunter, but
I would do it for Travis Hunter too. That's not happening.
But again, that's probably not happening. Hendrickson. How could the Bills get Hendrickson? You want to do a very, very 30-second let's get stupid?
Yeah.
You find a team in the NFC in front of you and say, see if you can get Hendrickson. They won't talk to us. Seriously. See if you can get him. Where's the draft order? Give me the draft order. We'll get to your spot.
Yeah, who do you want to call? You want to call up the Falcons? At 15?
You want to call Atlanta, 15th. Yep.
Okay.
And say, like, listen, go trade your first for Hendrickson. Come on. Go do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll trade you 30 and 62.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that math does right on the value chart. And a future 6th. And then Cincinnati.
Just throw a 6th. Probably that's 3 points on the draft chart.
That's the requisite. Throw it in there. And then Cincinnati gets hornswoggled like, oh, all right, he's off to Atlanta. They need defensive help.
Yeah.
Turn the tables. He's going to the Bills.
Yeah. Atlanta would have to know you're never doing business with Cincinnati again.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Right, I don't think you have to be worried about that, but...
All right, that's your brief.
The Falcons GM would get so much heat for that. It would be, great, right? It would, like, from his peers.
Because he actually needs Trey Hendrickson.
Well, he needs to work with people in the league, and, like, is any GM ever going to trust him again?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that at all.
I mean, you got to make deals, right? You got to make trades.
You do. If teams won't make deals with me,
they might blackball you.
If they don't make deals with me out of spite, then they're hurting their own team. That's the NHL offer sheets are mean defense. Oh no. Adam in New Jersey before the break. Hey, Adam.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
So listen, I love Trey White. I've always been a Trey White fan, but wasn't this guy labeled as like washed by the Rams and the Ravens? And also, signing him over bringing back Rasul, I don't understand what that means. I don't understand. We just had Rasul. He was here recently. He also doesn't have two major injuries that Trey has. And you're also telling me that Trey is a better option than having a younger Elam here with how Trey was performing in the league the last couple years. I feel like this is a scramble move by Bean because, one, I think the Bills are like addicted to these feel-good stories. And I know early in free agency there was reports that the Bills were like in a bidding war for Asante Samuel Jr. before his physical came back. I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
I guess the easiest answer is sink Trey White way far down the evaluation here. He doesn't rate as much as you're like making out to be. He's a depth signing. He might not make the team. Up to 6.8 is a big deal. Mm-hmm. We haven't seen the numbers on the money. Why him instead of Douglas? Because he's probably cheaper.
That was my first thought.
He's probably much, much cheaper.
He's probably cheaper.
And Douglas probably wants to start, and Trey wants to catch on somewhere.
Yeah.
All that would be, Douglas probably thinks he's going to get, 12? 10? Not up to, but an actual salary of real money. And Trey White signs on a team he went back to. Like I have almost no expectation for Tre'Davius White. He gets in some spot duty. He does well. That's great. I don't have him penciled in as the starter. I don't think the Bills do.
Do you know what he might be? Do you remember in the let me go way back here, 2007 NHL trade deadline when Darcy acquired like 4 borderline AHL, NHL defensemen?
Just in case a million guys got hurt again.
Because what had just happened to them?
They got hurt a lot.
They all got hurt. Their defensemen all got hurt, and they lost to Carolina. What just happened to the Bills? Christian Benford got injured, and they had to play a corner that they told you with their actions for 3 years they did not trust, and they had to put him in there in the biggest game of the year, and they got cooked for it.
And not just that, but Romo pointed out multiple times in the broadcast they were going to play man.
Right.
And you can't do it.
Right.
So you have to change your defensive structure, and
you have a dude in there you don't trust, and his confidence is probably shattered after how his career is gone. So it didn't work, and you didn't really have much of a pivot. So Tre'Davius White, he might just be that defenseman the Sabres acquired in 2007, which is we're probably going to draft a rookie, and it's very likely that our starters at corner of an important position to begin the year are going to be Christian Benford and a rookie. A rookie and a guy that does get hurt a lot.
Yep.
And they probably just don't want to be in the same spot where they're in a big game and they have to play a guy they don't trust. And you might say Tre'Davius White is cooked or that he doesn't have much left in the tank, but I mean, the Bills are showing you between him and Dane Jackson, what'd they do? They brought back 2 corners that they trust.
Mm-hmm. And they're going to draft somebody over top of them. Probably 2 somebodies.
Right.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, you can, if you're on hold, stay there. Happy Friday. Good Friday. It is a Good Friday, right?
It is literally Good Friday.
It's literally Good Friday, and I'm labeling it also a Good Friday. It's a Good Friday and the Good Friday. and the RBC Heritage underway. How's the leaderboard looking? I haven't looked at it.
Well, it's JT and then Scheffler.
That's all right.
You can't beat that.
I'm still basking in the Rory glow.
Yeah.
I really am. Still feeling it.
He is like the only guy, only big name not participating today. I think he went back to Northern Ireland
to his parents
to see his parents celebrate with family.
Good stuff.
You got good weekend. I mean, RBC Heritage and both playoffs begin this weekend.
The
NHL tomorrow and then NBA's tomorrow too. I think
the NHL schedule is light
tomorrow.
Have you noticed that?
It's only 2 games.
Yeah, what's that about?
Blues, Jets, and then Avalanche Stars. Is that just? Did those 2 teams not play last night? Did they want to give everyone like a certain amount of days off?
I mean, isn't Sunday light too?
Sunday is 3 games.
Okay.
3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
That's better.
No, but you're right. Like, haven't they had this in the past where the opening night of the Stanley Cup playoffs was like 5 games staggered schedule? I thought they got that right sometime recently, where like they had a game at 6:30, a game at 7, a game at 7:30, a game at 9:30, a game at 10. I thought they did that recently.
Have you completed the full former Sabre Cup watch?
No, I'm going to go through it, though.
Cousins, McCabe, Skinner.
Cousins. Oh, you said Cousins, sorry. Cousins, McCabe, Skinner. I think Evander Kane is back in Edmonton.
Yeah. All right.
Might be missing. Reinhardt again. Eichel again. Eichel winning 2.
Give me Eichel again. Just come on.
Olsen.
Olsen.
Eichel to Olsen for the cup-winning goal.
Allmark.
Yeah.
All right. Get a break in. 803-0550 on WGR.
the Draft Network on with Shope and the Bulldog. We are 6 days from the draft. Just kind of, I've not really had Jeremy and Joe, morning, 803-0550. You still have some minutes here for your phone calls. I have not had a lot of strong opinions about what the Bills are going to do at 30. I've kind of just been okay with a lot of ideas. Almost everything. I mean, receiver, of course, and then the defense, because of what they were. You want to tell me about a defensive lineman or a corner or a safety even. Like, I was Nick Emmon worry. If that's their pick next week, it's okay, fine. Let's see what you do with it. Let's see how you act. Let's see what sorts of packages get crafted by Babich and McDermott. But I have recently really been thinking more and more about the idea of the Bills drafting an interior defensive tackle. And I'm just, obviously interior. One technique is what I meant to say. The big-bodied, one technique, run stuffer. Sure, you want the guy to be a little bit more well-versed than someone that can't rush the passer at all. Remember the Bills brought Linval Joseph in a couple years ago. Like, he could eat up blocks for you. He was not going to give you anything else other than that. So you add that guy, and it just doesn't work for me. It's the run defense part of it. That is the core skill role that I'm really looking to improve. When the Bills have been telling you through mostly their actions, but sometimes through their words, Taron Johnson we mentioned earlier, talking about how like they want to invite you to run. They have at least. And listen, the possibility of them acting different would be that the sport changed a little bit last year. That there was more running the ball, and running backs had a bit of a resurgence, and there are ebbs and flows, and one of them was that run game came back a little bit. So that could make a difference if the Bills want more of this type of player because the league is shifting. Well, okay. But they have not acted like a team that is ever desperate to be elite at stopping the run. And I think that's what's, in part, allowed them to be so consistently good on defense for the entirety of Sean McDermott's time here. Is they know what works. They know that nickel is their base and that they want to limit big plays, keep everything in front of you. We'll try to create turnovers after the fact, but the things we are not going to let you do are pick us apart in the pass game, which is funny because that did kind of happen to them in each of the last 2 playoff games. The Chiefs had as much success against them they had against anybody else, and Baltimore was the opposite. Baltimore was, we're going to go in stopping Derrick Henry and not let Lamar run it, and let's see if he can beat us with his arm. And he almost did. He made mistakes too, which was part of the dare. Drafting a defensive tackle is, I'm investing in making my run defense better. That's the big thing I'm going for. And the Bills were not even that bad last year at stopping the run. 10th in DVOA in run defense. They were top 10 by DVOA. Aaron Schatz's numbers at FT and Fantasy. That's where it is now. It used to be Football Outsiders. They were, by that metric, they were a top 10 rush defense in football. And I'm going to spend it's kind of the same as receiver with offense, I guess. Which is an attitude of, well, the Bills just broke the franchise record for touchdowns and were one of the 3 best offenses in the league at scoring last year. What do I need a wide receiver for? You could just as easily say, well, the Bills stopped Derrick Henry in the playoffs, and by DVOA were a top 10 rush defense in the league. What do I need to invest that much into a defensive tackle for? A one-technique defensive tackle. It's not quite, hey, I want to replicate what the Eagles did. The Eagles' defensive line tormenting the Chiefs during the Super Bowl. But that's not what you're really doing if you draft Kenneth Grant with the 30th pick. It's not really what you're doing. Because those guys that were hellraisers for the Eagles getting after the Chiefs were the penetrating defensive tackles and the edge rushers. Those guys were dominating the Chiefs' offensive line. And those positions, listen, the Bills' penetrating defensive tackle, I don't know that that is something they would go for because they already have at Oliver, and they just spent a top 100 pick on Dwayne Carter. I'm really thinking more about edge, honestly. All this is to say, because I've defended the receiver idea, but you could make the point I just did. They were one of the top offenses in football. You don't need to spend your number one asset on that. And I would say the same thing about your rush defense and your idea of a one technique defensive tackle. I'm thinking a lot more about edge. The edge rusher, and even though they signed Joey Bosa and they still have they re-signed Greg Rousseau to a long-term extension, Epinesa is still here, Michael Hoyt, right? They bring him in to do a million different things, and one of those will be play on the edge. So they've done things this offseason. And you could think, go into the year with just that group, and you'll be completely fine. But this GM has shown for years that he wants to get that position right. And there was one time where we probably all thought, most of us, all of us, all right, they got their edge rusher. They drafted Greg Rousseau. And then a day later, they went ahead and drafted another one on a day where we would have thought, okay, they're done. Oh, wait, they're not done. Because the position is that important. And if you do want to replicate what the Eagles did in the Super Bowl, I think you're drafting an edge defender. I don't think you're drafting Kenneth Grant, a 340-pound defensive tackle. You want to fill that need. They don't have guys to play that position right now. It's just Daquan Jones. They do need guys to play it. But I can solve that elsewhere. I could solve that even in round 2. I could solve that by trading up into the 3rd round. I could spend multiple picks on Saturday and try to fill it with volume. And of course, there's always the possibility of signing a guy after the draft. So I'm trying to zero in on what I think they're going to do and combine that with what makes sense positionally, what they want, what they need, what is valuable to them. And I feel like I personally am getting to a place where I think they're going to draft a defensive end. The group is supposed to be pretty good, too. Right? The Arkansas kid has been connected to the Bills a lot. Landon Jackson, Shamar Stewart, they've had in on a visit. He probably goes a little bit above where the Bills go, but he's a name. Nick Scorton, who is also Texas A&M, they had him on a visit this week, and he's an early second-round pick, so you want to do that, you got to do it at 30. James Pierce from Tennessee, that's probably a trade-up. But I'm looking at these defensive ends, and I'm just thinking about Bosa's a 1-year deal, and he's injury-prone. Hoyt is a defensive end, but you're going to be using him in all these other ways that all his eggs aren't going to be in that one basket. And then otherwise, I've got the same group. When you boil it down that way, I don't think it's that hard to get to. They're going to want to take another swing, and a valuable swing at that position. I think leaving you here on a Friday, got Extendo Sports coming up next, so we're not done yet. I feel like I'm going to go into next week wanting to bet on defensive end for them. 803-0550, the phone number, Extendo Sports when we come back here on WGR.
Radio 550, 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
Hey, be sure to join us in the fight against cancer. Ride with Bulldog and the Team WGR's Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 28th. I'll be taking part as well. Once you join our team, you'll receive an email. You can pick up your team t-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. If you're not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team, helping us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. We head to the weekend, and the playoffs begin. Every year, my tendencies playoff-wise are the Stanley Cup playoffs dominate the first two rounds in the first month. And then, not to say I'm not watching and enjoying it, but what I really get excited for once we get to late May and into early June, the late season NBA playoffs are just so good. Or they can be. They can be. Not every year, but spoiled by the Warriors and Cavs rivalry for many years. And we'll see what we get on that front. Those playoffs begin tomorrow because you have two more play-in games tonight. Hawks and Heat at 7, and then Mavericks and Grizzlies at 9:30. Although I will even say, even though the Stanley Cup playoffs are still so much better early on, and really in totality they are better. The NBA playoffs are a little bit better than they have been. 5 to 10 years ago, you never had upsets, and every series was a blowout in the first round. And now you've got a lot more competitive series. Like Nuggets-Clippers is going to be a war, and Lakers-Timberwolves will be close. Knicks-Pistons maybe won't be. The Knicks run their players into the ground, so really it could. So it's a little bit better. But still, Stanley Cup playoffs blow it away in the first couple rounds for sure. Stay tuned. Sal Capaccio is on the way next. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. And Sal, you have a guest coming up at 10:30, right?
Yeah, Jeremy Kahn from Baltimore.
Right.
I'd like to really get a sense of what Tre'Davius White was in Baltimore once he got to the Ravens after his stint with the Rams, because I think there's some stuff out there I've seen, I've looked at, I've heard, talked to people that they feel that he was better in Baltimore than LA. That's for sure. How much better, though? Really, there was, where did he kind of end? I think that's really the question, because we know that he was another year removed from another injury. We saw him in the playoff game. He had the pass interference. It was obviously a questionable call either way, but I'm curious what Baltimore Ravens fans think about his play over time there.
Yeah, and then very quickly, so we didn't touch on this today. I don't know if you'll get to it. The video of the Aaron Rodgers Pat McAfee interview, and then the response to it. It makes me like Aaron Glenn a lot more for the Jets. I don't know, I
haven't seen the response. Did Aaron Glenn respond to it?
He didn't. Zach Rosenblatt, actually, who covers the Jets, had a good response to it, which was basically, this is just Aaron Rodgers has never been fired before. And Aaron Glenn was a strong enough coach, strong enough figure to sit there and, I don't think he did anything wrong by, Rodgers seemed to be peeved that he made him fly to New York to have the meeting, which I guess I understand. Yes. But I think what Rosenblatt said was, well, from Glenn's point of view, it's more respectful to do it face to face. So I guess that's maybe the disagreement, the beginning of the.
I think that Aaron Rodgers feels they sent him all the way across the country just to
fire him, basically,
to fire him and to make it I don't know how to rub it in, right? I don't know how you would say that. Yeah. Oh, we're going to send you over here just so we can fire you. But from Aaron Glenn's perspective, no, we're bringing him here because we want to talk to him and look him in the eye when we do it. That's a better way to do it than over the phone, right? So it doesn't. I think there's a middle ground there, I guess.
Yeah, so we'll see. All right, Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up next. Stay tuned. 803-0550, the number if you want to line up to get in with Sal. And we'll talk to you next on Monday here on Jeremy and Joe. Talk to you then.